This is the live proceedings of the National Assembly afternoon sitting on this 16th day of October, the year 2024. This is a broadcast that is streaming live from the Parliament buildings in Nairobi, a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you. Good afternoon. The members of the National Assembly will this afternoon host the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. This is pursuant to the House provisions of Standing Order 42A 6B, where Cabinet Secretaries appear before the National Assembly chambers to respond to questions in plenary. Questions that could be over related to county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concerns. So this afternoon, pursuant to the provisions of that standing order, the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport, Davis Chirchir, is set to appear before the National Assembly this afternoon to respond to various questions. Some of the questions are with regards to the negotiations, if there are any negotiations for concession agreement between the government and the Adani Group regarding the management of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. These are questions, or rather this question will be posed by the Honorable Member for Gatanga, Honorable Wakili Edward Muriu, for the Cabinet Secretary to respond. The Speaker of the National Assembly, as you can see on your screens, that is Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is already in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon. My name is Kamche Menza.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
The prayer has been said and the chair has been taken, but it is clear that the House lacks the requisite quorum. And as you can see at the entrance, members, they are making their way into the chambers. 50 members should be seated. At least 50 members should be inside the chamber seated for the House to commence its business. If that number is not present, once the prayer is said and the chair is taken, then the House cannot commence its business and has to ring that quorum bell for the members to be able to make their way to the chamber. Once that number is achieved, I will hand you over back to the afternoon business. But as I had indicated earlier, is that this afternoon, the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport is expected, or rather is set to appear before the plenary sitting this afternoon to respond to various questions by the honorable members. There are about 12 questions that will be that have been forwarded by various members. Some of these questions are in line with for instance, the question by the Honorable Member for Gatanga, Honorable Wakili Edward Muriu. The question is in line with the current status of any negotiations for a concession agreement between the government and the Adani Group regarding the management of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Also, the Cabinet Secretary will be expected to provide any details of any consultations and public participation engagements that have been undertaken by the Ministry of Roads and Transport regarding this particular matter in line with Article 10 of the Constitution. Also clarify whether there is full compliance with the provisions of Article 10.2 of the Constitution. This with regards to the principle of governance, including but not limited to upholding good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability in the discussions on the proposed transfer of management of JKIA. The member for Baringo Central, Honorable Joshua Kandia. All right, that is a signal that the quorum has been achieved, as is the tradition. Allow me to hand it over to the broadcast.
Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Ruto, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a communication on appointment of members to mediation committees on the Mang Bins Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, and Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023. Honorable members, you may recall that on Tuesday, 24th September 2024, this House negatived the question for second reading of the Mang Bins Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022. Consequently, the bill was referred to a mediation committee pursuant to Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order 149. Further, honorable members, you may recall that on Tuesday, 8th October 2024, I reported to this House a message from the Senate conveying that on Tuesday, 17th September 2024, the Senate rejected the National Assembly's amendments to the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023. The decision of the Senate remitted the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to Article 112 of the Constitution. Article 113 of the Constitution requires that whenever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament shall each appoint an equal number of members to attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. In this regard, honorable members, I have consulted with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party and appointed members to represent this House in the mediation committees to attempt to develop versions of the 2 bills that both houses will pass. Honorable members, with respect to the Mang Bins Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, I have appointed the following members: Honorable Justice Kemei, MP; Honorable Gabriel Kagombe, MP; Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, MP; Honorable Monica Marubu, MP; Honorable Jared Okello, MP; Honorable Geoffrey Odanga, MP; and Honorable Sabina Chege, MP. The aforementioned members will await the appointment of senators to the mediation committee for the committee to be fully constituted for purposes of commencing the mediation process. Once I receive a message from the Senate to that effect, I'll convey the same to the House. With respect to the mediation committee on the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023, I've appointed the following members: the Honorable Mary Emasa MP, the Honorable David Ocheng, CBS MP, the Honorable Michael Mushira MP, the Honorable Bashir Sheikh Abdullahi MP, the Honorable Naisula Lesuda MP, the Honorable Ali Wario Guyo MP, and the Honorable Danson Mashako MP. Honorable members, you may recall that on Tuesday, 8th October 2024, I reported to this House that the Senate had appointed 7 senators to the committee on the bill. In this regard, the mediation committee is now fully constituted, and I therefore urge the members of this House to reach out to their Senate counterparts for purposes of commencing the mediation process. It is hoped that the 2 mediation committees will embark on an attempt to develop versions of the respective bills for consideration by the Houses of Parliament in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Next. Gone to the, Chairperson Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library. Epuyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 16th October 2024. Report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on the study visit to Parliament of Zambia from the 9th to the 16th of June 2024. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader. Soro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today is Wednesday, October 16, 2024, in this afternoon sitting. Number 1, the report of, yes, I'm holding brief, you're right. The report of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for the first quarter of 2024-2025 financial year, and the report of the Auditor General and financial statements of local authorities Provident Fund for the year ended 30th June 2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Chairperson, Mediation Committee on Sugar Bill, Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 16th October 2024. Report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Mediation Committee, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 150, subsection 3, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 16th October 2024, and approves the mediation version of the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Speaker, as has been a practice since the beginning of this parliament, we always invite the cabinet secretaries to come and respond to questions and call requests for statements. Ordinarily, we should have received the response in advance so that we could read, interrogate, and prepare to question the Cabinet Secretary. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, as at this moment we are about to enter the order, we have not received the written response, so we wonder how we'll even proceed with the questioning the Cabinet Secretary, as well as the joyriders, how will they manage to participate in this session, Honorable Speaker? We need your guidance, Honorable Speaker.
Transport to come and answer to questions, but I'm told the minister wrote a letter to the majority leader and the clerk seeking to be exempted from coming today because of some emergency at the ministry, which request the majority leader has acceded to and advised me to convey to the House, and also acceded to the request that the questions listed to this ministry will be stayed today, and the minister will appear before the House the first Wednesday upon a resumption after the 2-week recess that we'll be taking at the end of this week. So, Honorable Undo, your concerns are legitimate. The clerk is advised to ensure that ministers coming to answer questions should send their written responses in advance to members so that you can be able to prepare adequately for reasoned supplementaries to the questions. So that will be done. Thank you. Member for Embakasi. Have you called out questions? Mark Mwenje. Mark Mwenje is not in the House. So members who came in for questions, and I don't believe you only came in for questions, but those who have questions on the list, hold your horses to the 2 Wednesdays down the line. You will be able to interrogate the minister. That also means that any members with other questions to the Minister of Roads and Transport, they'll be listed at that time. Next order. Is there something else? There's a general statement by the Chairperson, Public Investments Committee. That is... Where is Honorable Amboka, member for Bumula? Deputy Speaker, I understand you also have a general statement on Kenyan athletes' performance at the 2024 Chicago Marathon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to make a general statement on Kenyan athletes' performance at the 2024 Chicago Marathon. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 43(1), I wish to make a statement on the record-breaking exploits by our athletes in the 2024 Chicago Marathon held on the 13th of October 2024. Honorable Speaker, I extend my congratulations to Ms. Ruth Chepngetich and Mr. John Korir for their remarkable victories at the 2024 Chicago Marathon, which inspires pride and reaffirms Kenya's place as a global powerhouse in athletics. The discipline, the hard work, and the dedication that these athletes have demonstrated is unparalleled and deserves accolades. Notably, Ms. Chepngetich broke the previous world record by completing the race in 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 56 seconds, hence becoming the first woman to run a marathon in under 2 hours and 10 minutes. Honorable Speaker, I must, however, express my deep concern and disappointment regarding the baseless allegations made by a journalist from the letsrun.com, namely Mr. Robert Johnson, during the post-race press conference. The journalists reckless insinuations suggesting that Ruth Chepngetich world record time of 2 hours, 9 minutes and 56 seconds is too good to be true, and linking it to doping without evidence and is therefore was both unprofessional and disrespectful. Ruth Chepngetich is a highly decorated runner, having previously won several marathons, including the Chicago Marathon in 2021 and in 2022, and is a former world champion, having won the 2019 World Championships in Doha. Honorable Speaker, the blanket accusations against Kenyan athletes, particularly in the light of Kenya's long-standing reputation as a world leader in marathons, are not only unfair, but deeply harmful, and therefore stereotyping Kenya as a nation plagued by doping discredits. By doping, this discredits the immense talent and commitment and sacrifice of our athletes. Such unfounded allegations have the potential of unjustly tarnishing their hard-working achievements and creates an atmosphere of mistrust. Honorable Speaker, I urge the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Athletics Kenya, and the Kenya Anti-Doping Agency to stand up for our athletes and demand an immediate and unequivocal apology from Mr. Robert Johnson and others who have shamed our athletes, and those who propagate false narratives and undermine the integrity of athletics and our nation. Athletics Kenya and ADAC should also develop sensitization programs to athletes so that they are able, on matters doping and publicity management, so that they are able to deal with these difficult questions when it is raised to them. I know that were it an American athlete, that question would not have been posed. Honorable Speaker, Kenya remains steadfast in its commitment in upholding the highest standards of integrity in sports. We shall continue to collaborate with international bodies to ensure that the sports remain fair and clean for all. And I would like to request the members of Parliament to join me in celebrating our athletes and their incredible achievements, and especially requesting this as Member of Parliament for Uasin Gishu County, which is the city of champions, the home of champions, and the source of champions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gladys. Yes, Honorable Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, I want to support the sentiments and comments by the Honorable Gladys Boshole, our Deputy Speaker, and congratulate our athletes. Honorable Speaker, John Korir comes from the county of Trans Nzoia, specifically from Cherangan, and is a brother to our former member of this House, the Honorable Wesley Korir. So, Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to congratulate him for winning the men's Chicago Marathon. And I want to state, Honorable Speaker, that our KEMRI is in the process of establishing the anti-doping laboratory in Eldoret, and we are doing everything as a committee to support it, because that will be a regional center for this region, and we want to assure that our athletes are not using any drugs. And I think it's a shame that Robert Johnson made such unwarranted remarks, and he should be able to apologize and retract those remarks. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the comments by the Eurocentric journalists were very unfortunate, and it's just a gesture of racism that actually has been portrayed in many ways. And that was one of them, because after all, even as we do what Honorable Bokose is doing, who would break a record of marathon, both for the men and women? It certainly would be a Kenyan. It's the same thing that would happen if we were breaking the record of 100 meters. Who would be breaking? It would certainly be either a Jamaican or an American. So this is basically our elite athletes who are performing well. And whether we set up those units of doping, of course, is an international requirement. That is what Kenya can do, and that particular journalist should be forced, should be actually made to retract those statements that he made on a superstar who had performed well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to join our Deputy Speaker, the members of Parliament and the people of this country in congratulating the athletes for their exemplary performance this weekend. Mr. Speaker, running for a lady running under 2 hours and 10 minutes is a feat that is very difficult to be achieved. And I want to congratulate Ruth Chemwetich for that achievement, and also Korir for doing extremely well and emerging victorious in the race. Mr. Speaker, this nation is blessed when it comes to athletics talent. We need to continue developing athletics talent in this country so that we can be able to use athletics as a business. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask all athletes who participate in athletics that we must run clean and keep this nation as a nation where talent is produced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do support the statement by Honorable Gladys Boss. Thank you.
Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also stand to support the statement by our Deputy Speaker, Gladys Sholei, and also just congratulate our athletes, especially in the Chicago Marathon, John and Ruth, and especially for Ruth, who did under 2 hours, 10 minutes, and for emerging as a new world record holder. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in condemning that particular journalist, because it is known world over that Kenya is the greatest long-distance running country, not only in Africa, but in the entire world. And Honorable Speaker, even in the Paris 2024 and the Diamond Leagues that were subsequent after that, Kenyans have performed extremely well. And one of our journalists, Larry Mado, actually showcased on the same day that Ruth and John won. He showcased that in the Chicago Hall of Fame, the number of Kenyans who are actually on that Hall of Fame outwit any other country. And so this particular journalist, Honorable Speaker, we need to demand that he should retract that statement and make an apology to the country of Kenya and to the athletes of Kenya. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I just want to encourage our runners to continue with the good work and to continue promoting brand Kenya out there to the rest of the world, because indeed we are the greatest when it comes to athletics. I thank you.
Julius. Oh. Julius of Keses.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And you always call me MP Keses. I think that's why Julius Meli is wondering today.
Yes.
You are changing. I rise to also express my excitement and appreciation to our athletes, knowing that I come from the county of Uasin Gishu, where we are hosting the city of Champion. It's the fifth city that is built, expanded, and developed by athletes through their sweats. I want to express my excitement and appreciation to the two, that is Korir and the lady. And Mr. Speaker, as I rise, I really want to condemn the utterance of the said journalist, because he expressed demeaning statements and a serious racism in himself. And as I say that, I dare also say, Mr. Speaker, through this house, we need to allow our athletes to express themselves with the language they understand. Because I've also realized sometimes some of these questions come in difficult English and they find difficult in expressing themselves. What is wrong for us to use our own language, Kiswahili? And that is the first national language that we learn from school. We want to ask them, let them find the interpreter so that they can interpret the way they always interpret their language. Our Kiswahili language should be worshipped, should be respected, that our athletes are able to express themselves very well and they be understood. Because you have a case like one athlete who ended up losing his golden handshake by virtue of missing out on the language. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to support that. Thank you.
The other Julius. Julius Meli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Bosholei for this statement. Honorable Speaker, our country, and more importantly, our counties of Nandi, which is the source of Champion, Uasin Gishu, the city of Champion, and Elgeyo Marakwet, and the country at large, are a powerhouse across the world in terms of athletics from 1950s, since the days of Ben Chipchoo and the others, that an international athletes could actually give us a bad reputation just because of our talent, just because of our performance, just because of the passion this country has on athletics is very regrettable. I would request that the CS and the whole government department should really demand an apology from the journalists, and more importantly, it should actually be posted across all the major newspapers of circulation across the world, the way he did, and actually that should be done. Honorable Speaker, I want us to say that our athletes are doing very well, but by giving us a bad name, and yet many of them don't actually take drugs, they are just natural, they are just well-trained, is just a bad name for us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to say I condemn such a bad journalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for considering me. Mr. Speaker, I want to queue behind the Deputy Speaker for first congratulating our athletes who have done a lot to give us a lot of, make us proud, and also to plead with the government authorities that this kind of mischievous attitude of foreigners should not be allowed. We should not stop just as demanding for apology. The government must ensure that proper legal action is taken, that this thing is discarded once and for all, and that the honor remains and goes and remains with our hardworking athletes. So I recommend, I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to appreciate and to thank our Speaker, our Deputy Speaker, for indeed just bringing that statement and appreciation to our athletes and especially to Ruth. Mr. Speaker, this journalist, we should not just leave it like that as a country, because this will hurt all the other athletes. If he can say like that to an athlete who has gone to Chicago 2 times, 3 times, won, was the best in the world in the Turkish race of women, was the best in Doha where the climate was worse, but she carried and brought home that gold. Mr. Speaker, it is time we protect our athletes. It is also good for the government to give them. And Mr. Speaker, it's important in this House, we either approve a service passport or a diplomat passport for our athletes, so that they just don't go in a country and people are wondering. And these are people who, when they go to the other countries, you can see even journalists are worried about them. But we must protect them. So if the government can also recognize them and just give them a service passport, wherever they go, they know these are Kenyans who are coming to do what is best for Kenya, to carry the flag of Kenya. They are ambassadors of Kenya, and that will be better than any other thing, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Kemei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And first, I want to thank the Deputy Speaker for bringing this statement. And on the onset, I want to appreciate and congratulate the athletes, and especially Ruth, who comes from Kericho, Kipkelion West, Kaliet Village. This is a hard-working girl. She's worked all through, and that is why she's achieved this. And as I say this, I would also request that this lab, the doping lab, be established very urgently so that our athletes will not have issues. And knowing that some of them may not be able to challenge and maybe go to wherever they are going to test, I request that it be done very urgently. And finally, I would also request and ask the CS not to take whatever has been said lightly. We should demand apology from that journalist who has actually brought us down. But however, We are a strong country. We lead, others follow in terms of this athletics. Once more, Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate the athletes and ask them to invest more from what they are getting. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Mwisho Kangogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in congratulating our athletes and to correct the Honorable Julius Meli that it is not Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi and Uasin Gishu where the athletes come from. It is all over Kenya. From the Kisii, we have a serious athletes. From Mukambani, we have Munyao, the 5th best marathoner in the world. And it is all over Kenya, Mr. Speaker, that we have our athletes. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say our Deputy Speaker, I want to thank our Deputy Speaker for bringing this issue. And Mr. Speaker, I think there is need also for our Athletics Kenya. There is need for Athletics Kenya to empower in capacity building of our athletes in terms of investment, their finance management, and also on these issues of drugs. Because some of them, they are too young sometimes, and they make money when they are, some of them even are teenagers. So there is need the Athletics Kenya to up their game to make sure that our athletes, they have capacity in terms of their finance management and also managing their own affairs. Otherwise, I want to support the Honorable Deputy Speaker's statement.
Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if there's something that really makes me happy as a Kenyan, is when our athletes are on the track in those foreign nationals, foreign countries, and they are beating everyone, Honorable Speaker. I begin to think like a Kenyan more. I normally forget about being a politician and my ethnic background. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, this is also the envy of many of the enemies of this country. Honorable Speaker, as a country and as Parliament, I think it's time we really put more investments in these athletes, in supporting them and even coaching them to be able to use the resources they earn properly so that the resources do not become a curse to some of these young athletes. Also, Honorable Speaker, a lot of our athletes are running away from Kenya to go and run in other countries. I also think, Honorable Speaker, when you engage most of them, they say that they have been forced out of this country. I think as a country and as Parliament, let us find a way in which we can allow our talents to take advantage of the resources in our country as opposed to having to leave this country and acquire citizenship elsewhere so that they can be able to earn more resources. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Land. Honorable Boss Sholei, being a lawyer yourself, I'm sure you know you can write to the ministry, tell the minister to take up this matter, because I see a binge of racism in this. Yes, when white people win races, nobody raises a question. When our girls and boys beat the world, all manner of inexplicable questions are asked. I join you and the rest of the House in congratulating both Ruth Chepngetich and Julius Korir for their sterling performance. And if you are an athletics follower, like yours truly here, Ruth has a very rich history. And she said in Chicago that she's probably the only athlete in Kenya who has no trainer. She has no coach. She coaches herself. She trains on her own, and she beats the world. She deserves our accolades. Thank you. Mark Mwenje, I'll give you an opportunity to present your statement. Is GK here?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to request for statement regarding status of funds allocated to Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of funds allocated to Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, was allocated additional funds under the 22% and 10% road maintenance levy fund during the financial year 2023-2024. The 22% fund was intended for sport improvements projects and maintenance of critical rural roads, while the 10% fund was to be focused on smaller scale maintenance and upgrading works across different regions of Kenya. However, despite these allocations, the funds are yet to be disbursed to KERA. The delay therefore poses significant challenges, particularly for rural road projects managed by KERA and overall service delivery in Nairobi. This has the potential of stalling road projects, leading to the loss of jobs and disrupting economic activities. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Provision of a comprehensive report on the amount disbursed to KERA for the financial year 2023-2024 as at September 2024 for Nairobi City County, and the measures being taken to address the inordinate delay and the reasons for the delay. Second, reasons for the delay in full disbursement for the road maintenance levy fund during the financial year 2023-2024 for Nairobi City County to the Kenya Rural Roads Authority. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mwenje, you know the Minister for Roads was supposed to be here today. He will be here the first Wednesday after your 2-week recess. Do you desire to have your statement go to the chairman, who will come here struggling with an answer that he has sometimes no clear idea of? Or you turn your statement into a question and file it for the minister to respond to you when we resume? It's up to you to decide. What do you prefer?
I think, Honorable Speaker, I'll refer to your better judgment and prefer that the Cabinet Secretary responds, so I can redraft the question.
So redraft the question, file it with the table office. I'll direct the clerk to include it among the questions to be responded to by the minister when we resume after 2 weeks. Yes, Honorable TJ.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I advise Honorable Mwenje, if my advice is agreeable, that instead of just looking at Nairobi County, you have asked for statements from Nairobi County. Can they give us the statement for the whole of the Republic, so that all the members get to interrogate those issues and we get to know each other? Thank you.
Dick Maungu, engineer.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to seek your indulgence on a matter. Now that the Cabinet Secretary who was supposed to come did not come, Mr. Speaker, I addressed an issue on some questions with the table office some times back, about 6 months ago. Those questions were not put on the order paper today. I wish that you direct that they be part of the questions that the minister will respond to when we come from recess, because they have been pending for
on roads?
On roads, yes.
Yes, Tiambati, ensure Dick Maungu's question is included.
Thank you, sir.
On the list. Thank you. Meli, you said you had a response to a statement by Oku Kaunya. I don't see him in the house. But Honorable Gisairo, Oku Kaunya is also there. So you can respond to both.
Honorable Gisairo. Into it, the statement.
You are responding on behalf of the committee?
Yes.
Go ahead. Honorable Kaunya is there at the back.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. I rise to respond to a request for a statement on status of supply of training equipment to Chamasiri Technical and Vocational College by Honorable Oku Kaunya. Honorable Speaker, reference is made to the letter, reference number indicated 058, dated 26 September 2024 from the National Assembly, requesting for a comprehensive response to the statement regarding delayed delivery of modern training equipment to Chamasiri Technical Vocational College. Number one, Chamasiri TVC in Busia County is one of the 10 targeted new TVCs in constituencies to be equipped, batch 1, under the African Development Bank funded TVET funded projects. The State Department has not will not divert the equipment meant for Chamasiri TVC to another TVET institution. Number 2, the contract for the supply of building and civil engineering training equipment to the institution was signed with MS Levin Services on 5th May 2023. The contract period was to take 18 months. The delivery, installation, testing, and commissioning of the equipment is expected to be completed by 5th November 2024. Third, the process of equipment supply includes manufacture, inspection in the country of origin, shipment, clearance at the port of entry into Kenya, transport to Chamasiri TVC, installation, branding, testing, training, and commissioning and handing over for the use by the contractor. The slight delay in the delivery of equipment was occasioned by delays in pre-shipment inspection of equipment before shipment from the country of origin before shipment into Kenya. The first batch of the equipment was delivered to Chamasiri TVC on 3rd October 2024, as shown in the pictures below. The honorable member has a copies. You can see the pictures. 5, the supply, delivery, installation, training, and commissioning of the equipment to Chamasiri TVC is expected to be complete by 5th November 2024. The purpose of this communication is to forward a comprehensive response on the delayed delivery of equipment to Chamasiri Technical Vocation College for reporting to the House by the committee chairperson. Signed by Dr. Esther Tahara Mworia, PhD, Principal Secretary. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kaunya, you are satisfied with that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied so far because I confirm that the first batch indeed arrived on 3rd of this month. That was after I did raise the question and the statement. Mr. Speaker, the next batch which is expected, I'm glad that the statement has confirmed that the next batch will be on 5th. And Mr. Speaker, I will endeavor to confirm when we come back, Mr. Speaker, whether they have reached. But Mr. Speaker, I wanted to note one important thing, that the contracted persons to supply, I think in terms of the period, they take quite a long time. And secondly, the question didn't point out why the equipment, the first equipment which was supposed to have arrived the institution in 2019 when the college started did not reach there. It was diverted elsewhere. That is the only bit, but I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, sir, that confirmation that the equipment has started being delivered, and by 5th, the rest will be delivered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. We'll let it lie there. Honorable members, in the Speaker's gallery, I want to acknowledge the presence of Mukui Primary School from Mathioya in Murang'a County. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of mediated version of the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. Question to be put.
Honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Angela, take your seat. Take your seats. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 15th October 2024, and approves the mediated version of the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. Question to be put.
Honorable Pareo, take your seat. Honorable members, order. The member standing in the walkway is in Zambia. Yes. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that the Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023 be now considered. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, motion. Inquiry into irregular and illegal grant of tax exemptions to a company under the Special Operating Framework Agreement.
Honorable Kagusha. Honorable Kagusha, I'm told a balance of 5 minutes. James Nyikal. Wilberforce Oundo. Samuel Atandi. Are you queuing for this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move an amendment to this report, and I hereby give notice that the member for Lagos Songa wishes to move the following amendments to the motion for consideration of the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Honorable Atandi, I am advised by the clerk that you had not submitted your amendment to the Speaker for perusal and approval. You did? To the Deputy Speaker?
Yes, I did.
Okay, if you did, then go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That I give notice that the member for Lagos Songa wishes to move the following amendments to the motion for consideration of the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its inquiry into irregular and illegal grant of tax exemption to a company under the Special Operating Framework Agreement. That the motion be amended by inserting the following phrases immediately after the expression 2024, subject to 1, insertion of the following new sentence at the end of paragraph 124 under part 5, committee recommendations appearing on page 30 of the report. In particular, the House recommends that 1A, the directors of Blue Nile Rolling Mills Limited be prosecuted for abetting tax evasion. B, that Treasury and trade officers who purportedly authorized the Special Operating Framework Agreement be prosecuted. And C, the waived taxes be recovered in full. 2, effecting the constitutional amendments in the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now I want to move the amendment. Honorable Speaker, I have given notice. Now I can move the amendment.
Just hold.
Okay.
Honorable Atandi, who's your seconder?
Madam Speaker, I want to move the amendment. Madam Speaker, we went through this report in the morning, Madam Speaker, and the amendment which I have just given notice, Madam Speaker, entails taking responsibility by the officers who occasioned loss of taxes by granting tax amnesty irregularly to this company. And Honorable Speaker, just to add that there is no way this report was going to allow these perpetrators to go without taking responsibility. I would like to ask members of this House to support this amendment so that, Honorable Speaker, laws that we pass in this House can have meaning. Honorable Speaker, if this House passed a law that there's a particular procedure to be followed when one is seeking for tax waivers, that particular law must be followed. I think the Speaker is. So, Honorable Speaker, I hope I have your attention.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague, the Honorable the MP for Game, to second the amendments. Honorable Speaker, I'll ask the MP for Game to second the amendments. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I second the amendments as edified by the Honorable Tandi of Alego on ensuring that those culpable, the officers culpable on tax exemptions are held to account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Osoro?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, while I appreciate the proposal, the proposed amendment by Honorable Sam Atandi, I propose, Honorable Speaker, that we adjourn the consideration for that proposal because the chairman delegated committee is not in today, so it can be able to be considered when he's around, Honorable Speaker.
I think that's reasonable enough, Honorable Otandi, because the chairperson for delegated committee is not here, and I know that they had some views and position from the committee. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Charles Onchoke, who presented the report on behalf of the committee, is here, and we discussed the amendments with him, together with the chairman of delegated legislation in the morning, and they all supported the amendments. Yeah.
What is your point of order, Honorable Pukose?
Madam Speaker, I stand on procedure that Honorable Atandi has moved the motion and it has been seconded by Honorable Elisha. The procedure would have required you that you give the proposal. Then if there is an objection for even adjourning on it, then later on, because the House has not made a decision on it, then later on, maybe people can now discuss the merits and demerits, and then later on make a decision as to whether there is any objection from the committee. So other than just leaving it hanging like that.
Yes, I think what we should do is that the proposal for adjournment of this motion to a further time when the chairperson, the substantive chair of the committee is here, has been made. But I don't know if there's any members of the committee who have an objection to that. Yes, let me hear what you have to say. Yes. Give him the mic.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Earlier today, in the morning session, I tabled the report on behalf of the Delegated Legislation Committee. The chairman who was engaged elsewhere. We went through the discussion of the report, leading to the point that Honorable Attend is raising. Thank you.
Honorable TJ, I know you're also from that committee.
Madam Chair, I think Honorable Dr. Yes, you know, he's my friend and he was my junior in high school, in the university. I think he's right. I think he's asking that this question be proposed formally by the speaker. Then, of course, after that, it can be delayed as much as the speaker is in his discretion would want. I think then it belongs to the House, and then now we can debate it much later.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there's anyone who had something to say about it before I get to the proposing the question. Yes, Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was just listening to the proposed amendments by Honorable Atandi, who I have also consulted. And it's important, Honorable Speaker, that when we consider reports in this House, they be reports that will give meaning to the work done by the committee and after proper engagement with all stakeholders, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it is within the knowledge of the Office of the Leader of Majority that this report, and I had an engagement with the chair of the committee, who is not in the House, I think is in the other House, prosecuting the impeachment motion, that there are issues that are yet to be addressed. And that is why even Honorable Samuel Atandi is raising issues, because this report as it is was tabled when it was basically incomplete, without having engaged with all stakeholders. And I would really want to urge you, Honorable Speaker, to use Standing Order number 1 and withdraw the consideration of this report at this particular moment until the committee considers all issues, including the amendments that are being proposed by the Honorable Atandi. And I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, within the confines of Standing Order number 1, you could direct that we do withdraw this report at this particular stage, get the committee to reconsider all the issues, including those that the Honorable Atandi has raised, for us to be able to consider a rather complete report. And Honorable Speaker, also to mention that it is a report, is a matter that has very huge implications, not just on industry in the country, but also relations between industry and financiers like the International Finance Corporation that has financed part of the businesses that come under this SOFA arrangement, Honorable Speaker, and it will be foolhardy and rather not very responsible for the House to consider a half-baked report. And I must inform you, Honorable Speaker, I did engage with the chairman this morning, and he sounded very cagey about it, saying he's away. So I'd also asked him to not to proceed with the processing of this report, and therefore urge you, Honorable Speaker, to indulge us and have that report withdrawn.
Yes, honorable members, I think we have there's a proposal on the here that either we withdraw notice. Yes, Honorable Atandi, because I want to now propose.
Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the majority leader on the proposal to withdraw this report. Honorable Speaker, when we were debating this report in the morning, I noted that there's a problem with the report because the committee, in their report, blamed the company and the public officers for allowing this tax exemption, but they never recommended any accountability. There was nothing to be done to these officers. They were just saying relevant agencies to prosecute, you know. So I felt like, Honorable Speaker, this House, you know, must make strong reports that can be used to, you know, to allow to make these organizations accountable. And therefore, this report should be withdrawn so that it is the recommendations can be proper recommendations that can be used by the law enforcement agencies to find justice. Honorable Speaker, can you imagine that this particular company has evaded tax in the tunes of billions? But in this report, there's nothing about being asked to, even to pay for those taxes which were waived. So that is the reason why, Honorable Speaker, I was even brought these amendments in the morning. And if the report is being drawn in total, then I think that's the best route to go, so that the committee can sit, and then we will be able to appear and advise them on how to write proper reports that can make this House happy.
Honorable
Thank you.
In view of the comments by Honorable Tandi and agreeing, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 96, I beg that you move that the debate on the motion under Order 10 be adjourned.
So, honorable members, I now propose the question that the debate on the report under Order number 10 be adjourned. Honorable members, I now put the question that the report under Order number 10 be adjourned. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of that contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 11, the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, second reading.
I see there's resumption of debate. Who was? Member for Manyata was last on the floor with a balance of 6 minutes. The member of Manyata is not here. Those who want to contribute to this debate, kindly press the intervention button. Okay, I think as there is no one who's continued interest to debate this matter, I think I can call upon the mover to reply, and I'm told that the Honorable Bishop Kosgei is going to reply on behalf of the committee. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the chair of our committee, Honorable Dan Wanyama, I move to reply. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the honorable members for their immense contribution in support of the second reading of the Kenya National Library Service Bill. It goes without saying that the advancement of knowledge is the key to the growth of a prosperous nation. Therefore, the importance of this bill in advancing knowledge cannot be overemphasized. The various issues raised by the members have been noted, and these issues are all critical in regards to the development of libraries for the benefit of the whole country. The committee will continue to engage the Kenya National Library Service in regards to the functions of the library service, especially the development of a research database, which is critical for a knowledge repository. The Kenya National Library Service gave its undertaking to the committee to facilitate the transfer of county libraries to all the county governments, to ensure access to libraries across all counties in line with the principles of devolution. The library service also undertook to facilitate capacity building in library service management across all the county governments. I beg your pardon. Honorable Speaker, the committee will therefore live up to its oversight role in ensuring that the Kenya Library Service, once enacted by this law, performs its functions in setting the standards required of a national library in line with best practices. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I will therefore urge this House to support the committee amendments during the Committee of the Whole House to facilitate the passing of the bill. I beg to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 20 of 2023, be read a second time. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 20 of 2023, be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to establish the Kenya National Library Service to provide for the management of the Kenya National Library Service and for connected purpose. Order number 12, the Kenya Information and Communications Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2022, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Communication Amendment Bill 2022 can now be read a second time. Madam Speaker, by way of introduction, allow me to bring to the attention of the House that I initially sponsored the Kika Bill in the 12th Parliament 2019, which the House had read a second time. However, consideration of the same was not concluded by the end of the term of the 12th Parliament, and therefore the same lapsed. Madam Speaker, it is instructive to note that the views on subsequent recommendation of the Department on Committee on ICT in the 12th and 13th Parliament are almost similar, and there is only a slight deviation in one of the justification in the rejection of the bill. I also wish to highlight that the stakeholders who submitted and strongly opposed the bill in the 12th Parliament are the same ones who submitted before the committee. All this despite the fact that the issues that were raised in the bill were not redressed in the process. Madam Speaker, I had hoped that the Departmental Committee on ICT, in its report rejecting the bill, would have gone ahead and highlighted the steps undertaken to address the issues of call drops, which is critical in the country. The ordinary Wanjiku or Adhiambo in the village, when they make calls and the calls dropped, which is not a question of a third-party interference, is important and prudent that the telecom companies can be able to compensate them. So the import of the bill, one of them was to ensure that if you make calls, the telecom company would then compensate you for a maximum of 3 call drops in a day. And this then would help those telecom companies attain a level of efficiency and efficacy in delivery of their services, which is not the case as we talk now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other intent of the bill is to provide for not only transparency, but to enable proper regulations of companies such that they only carry business for which they are licensed to do, and not to stifle, is not a way to stifle innovation as edified by the Committee of ICT in due regard to this bill. Mr. Speaker, as regards the streamlining of the Universal Service Fund, I know that the committee observed that the objectives of the Universal Service Fund is currently provided under the Kenya Information and Communication Regulations 2010, and then the same may be amended as opposed to amending the whole act. It's important to note that the bill was supposed to amend Section 84J of the Act to establish Universal Service Fund, which is administered by the Commission with an objective of promoting availability of quality service at just, reasonable and affordable rates for all consumers, increasing nationwide access to advanced telecommunication services, and increasing access to telecommunication and advanced services in schools, in library, in ICT hubs, and in rural health facilities. Thus supporting capacity building and promoting innovation in information and communication technology services. Mr. Speaker, it's therefore confounding that given the opportunity to pass a substantive amendment to regulate the fund, the committee has opted to abdicate their role of legislating by proposing amendments to regulations which process the House may have limited control of than the power given under the statutory instruments. Mr. Speaker, similarly noting the legislative authority and mandate of the National Assembly, under Articles 94 and 95 of the Constitution to enact legislation, it is high time that our esteemed office and the House pass a resolution to stop committee of this House from rejecting honorable members' bills. Based on submission or request by the executive or other players in the market. I observe this is one of the grounds and observation by the committee in its report. Mr. Speaker, the legislative authority and role of members to discharge their constitutional mandates, to legislate, and the need to resolve issues that are of public interest or concern should never be allowed to be stifled by the executive. Mr. Speaker, for example, in the bill seeks to tame dominance in the telecommunication service sector and create a level playing field for all telecommunication service providers that will in turn enhance healthy and positive competition in the general communication sector. Give an example, Safaricom, for example, controls 70% of mobile phone services in the market. And not just mobile telecom services, but also money transfer and lending services. Attempts to declare its dominant play have failed in the past. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I hope other members will agree that the proposal in this bill is not only timely, but necessary and will support the bill at the committee stage. I think I've highlighted the import of the bill, Mr. Speaker. And for members' consumption, it's important. There are only three things this bill is attempting to heal. One, the issue of inefficiency of telephone companies in providing service to consumers. Mama Mboga at home buys credit for 10 shillings. When Mama Mboga has 5 call drops, the money has gone. So this bill was going to ensure that the money expended by Mama Mboga is compensated when there are call drops, which is not of the making which is not of the making of the supplier. Number two, the bill was looking at the Universal Service Fund. In fact, in the amendment stage, the bill is going to propose that the Universal Service Fund that lies at Communication Authority should be divided equally in the constituencies so that it can be used, the money can be used in the development and expansion of internet services in the high hub centers. Number three, Mr. Speaker, the bill was dealing with the issue of dominance in the market, such that if you are a telecom company, your business is on telephone calls. If you enter on a business on money market and want to compete banks, it is important, understandable, that you should get a license that allows you to operate in the money market. So that as you charge Kenyans interest, when they take money or fuliza from you, you are on a level playing field with the banking institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who is the seconder?
Mr. Nyikal, the Honorable Nyikal.
Honorable Elisha, please move and ask Honorable Nyikal to second you.
Mr. Speaker, I move and I request that my colleague, the Honorable Nyikal of Seme, to second. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this bill, and for just two basic reasons.
Order, Honorable Nyikal. You may not be on record. Please give Honorable Nyikal the microphone. Okay, proceed.
With this one?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this bill, basically on two basic issues. One, if there is fund that is supposed to actually be levied somewhere, and that fund is supposed to support education, there has to be a clear way that that fund is actually allocated and used. And this is proposed here. Second, I've always been of concern that our communication regulation, like you have Safaricom, it is a communication institution or a communication agent, but it's getting into very many other things like banking. And you can see you are finding it on and off again, or now even on big issues of ICT agencies and being partners with other companies. So I think it is time that we actually streamlined all this. With those two basic issues, I beg to second.
Very well, honorable members. I now propose the question that the Kenya Information and Communications Amendment Bill. Order, Honorable Achi. I will take that again. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Kenya Information and Communications Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2022, be now read a second time. I would advise that those interested to speak on this to press the interjection knob. And Beatrice Elachi, you're the first one on the list. Were you ready to speak on this? Please press the interjection button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the Kenya Information and Communication Assembly Bill that Elisha wants to amend, and more importantly, to appreciate that when you look at the amendments that he wants to bring in, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, one of the things he wants to look at is the way Safaricom is managing the whole process in this. And I think what we need to be asking ourselves, and I know now we have different other subscribers that we are using. We have Elton Musk and all that. And you find many will look for what is there for them to be able to use and affordable. And I think for the many years that the company has been in this country and the profits that they get, the question then will be, in these other subscribers that you would want to see, and the work that Safaricom has also done in this country in terms of supporting many, many other issues, how do we then, as a country, look at it and say, we would wish now to come in because of their monopoly, deal with them, and without getting to understand also these others. You remember, Mr. Speaker, we had Telcom coming in this country. We have Airtel. We have many others. But then I think they've been able to put in a foot and to be able to work so closely with communities and going down and with different programs. So as much as we want to support this, I would wish the honorable member will sit down and explain to us all the benefits, all the gains in terms of all these amendments, in terms of the amendments he has, so that Kenyans will understand better. Because don't forget, Mr. Speaker, you find that every Kenyan rushes to this company more than any other company. And you must ask yourself why. They have an academy that supports many children in this. And so for me, yes, it is time we break in the monopoly, but also we want to see other companies also coming up and ensuring that whatever they support us with can be matched and beyond what Safaricom also does. The other thing will be just the way we have just withdrawn this bill that has been withdrawn, the report that was withdrawn. It's the same issue, Mr. Speaker, when you look at both on what we want to amend now and how you deal with companies. So it is something I will ask our member to give us more info for us to understand. He has worked in communications, he understands these things. Let members understand. And I think when we shall be going to public participation, we shall hear more on the matter and understand better to what is the benefit after we amend and ensure we bring in a better amendment that will help everyone who would wish to do the same that Safaricom has been doing in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Achi. And I hope, Honorable Elisha, you are listening to that member in terms of information. Let's hear from Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. First of all, let me admit from the word go, I'm not an expert in ICT. And when the first mobile telephone calls came to this country, I was already working and I was mesmerized. How can you receive a call when there is no wire? And I also remember fondly, Honorable Speaker, during our days, we would go to a telephone booth, make a call, and say, you'll find me a certain place, dressed in such a manner. If they came dressed in a different way, then there is a problem. Honorable Speaker, Safaricom has revolutionized telecommunication in this country. Safaricom has made it easier. And obviously, they were the first one who came. Celtel came, Zain came, whatever came. They were unable to compete. That could also be an indication that they're dominant players. Yes, naturally, in an economy, a dominant player almost gravitates towards a monopoly and might stifle growth of other players in the sector. But nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, allow me, Honorable Speaker, I would want the mover to listen because it will be an exercise in futility.
Please allow, order, Oundo. I want to give you space, and I noticed that one of the members had actually communicated that they don't understand the gist of this motion. And therefore, the chairman, you must consistently listen to members. So proceed, Honorable Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, I want him to listen carefully because this is a policy matter and is also a business matter. Honorable Speaker, I totally also want to agree with him. The speed at which we process so-called members' bill in this parliament is annoyingly slow. Honorable Speaker, at times people get discouraged and matters are overtaken by events. I want to echo his sentiment. The members who sit in the House Business Committee must find a way where bills should be expedited so that the process and they meet the exigent needs that existed at that particular time. I remember I heard of this bill in the last parliament. It's now almost probably 4 or so years down the line. Whatever it was aiming to address could as well have already been addressed through legislation and the various amendments we have done in the finance bill and various succession measures. Honorable Speaker, there are 3 important matters the bill intends to address. It's to address the issue Safaricom being a mobile telephone company essentially doubling into money transfer business. Number 2, it seeks to address the issue of call dropping, where the calls drop because of telecommunication challenges. Number 3, expands the use of the Universal Service Fund to ensure that more factors are considered. Honorable Speaker, the intention is good, but I'm not so sure, Honorable Speaker, if there are any Kenyans at this particular time who would want to interfere with M-Pesa. It has become part and parcel of the people of this country. It has come part and parcel. It's tied to Safaricom at the hip. Trying to separate it and ensuring it runs separately would, again, Honorable Speaker, increase the cost of money transfer because if they are 100% regulated by the banks, you know the bureaucracy, the difficulties in accessing funds from the bank is going to become extremely difficult, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have seen Hustler Fund on its own is almost on deathbed because they never borrowed the model of Safaricom. They thought they would kill M-Pesa, M-Swari by bringing Hustler Fund. But because of the trust the Kenyan people have on Safaricom and the related money transfer services, it has become difficult to compete. So I would want to urge him, yes, it's a very noble idea from a theoretical and business point of view, but must also look at the historical context, the reality on the ground. How do we then insulate the cost? How do we then ride on the existing infrastructure of Safaricom to ensure the process is efficient, is easier and less expensive? I would invite him, as Beatrice Elacha has said, to probably reflect a little longer about it so that when it comes to the committee of the whole House, we will realign the amendments to match reality on the ground. Honorable Speaker, also the second issue that I want to address is the issue of the charges, the penalties, the penalties for call cuts after connection by 10 shillings worthy of airtime for each call drop. Honorable Speaker, it's going to be cumbersome. It's a cumbersome provision. It's an onerous provision not capable of being implemented to the benefit of the people intended to benefit. Honorable Speaker, probably we could look at it the other way, that like so many years back, you would find somewhere the Safaricom network and parts of the country, others there's only Airtel network, others you have to climb on top of a tree to get network, others you have to touch some body parts for the network to function. So, Honorable Speaker, probably we could ask also the telecommunication, this mobile telecommunication, to be very clear and issue a disclaimer that in this particular locality, I'm unable to provide telephone services because asking the telecommunication company to pay for dropped calls is just extremely expensive and onerous. I would also invite him to reflect so that we define it in such a way that if a telecommunication company purports to have a national coverage, and then there's any situation there's no coverage, actually then the penalties should go to a common pool so that we improve the network coverage in all parts of the country. Should go to a network pool, so a pool, a money pool, a central pool, so that we can do other things towards this particular matter. Honorable Speaker, finally, on this particular issue on the bill, looking at what to do with universal fund that he has proposed in clause 4(5). The functions, he says 60% of the fund shall be used for ensuring the availability of telecommunication services to all consumers, including those in low-income and rural areas. Honorable Speaker, affordability. Any telecom company is in business. It is only going to serve where it makes money. In any case, it's the business. We don't want, again, the government to enter into business. The business of government is not being in business. So again, it's asking this fund to ensure there's telecommunication network or telecommunication in all areas, then to be the essence of a typical business model. I totally agree that we need to be very clear, because some years back, there was a purported struggle between some members of the president and I think some commissioner somewhere on what to do with these funds, to an extent that he was threatened for being fired and those kind of things. So we need clarity, and I would invite him, if he's an expert in this area, and probably even to talk to the budget and appropriation committee, so that we direct this particular fund in matters that have got immediate impact or long-term benefit to the people of Kenya. For a honorable speaking, a man who doesn't have food, probably an airtime or a telephone handset is not a priority. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm always very reluctant to oppose a member's bill because it takes a lot of effort. And the frustration we go through to get it even tabled on the floor of the House makes it difficult for any member to oppose another member's bill unless it is extremely unconstitutional or it is mischievous. So on this, I would want to invite my colleague Elisha. We are serving with him the second term. Let us engage. Those who are versed in lawmaking, who are very connected, who are interested, who are always here, even the committee of the whole House, we can engage together with the committee of ICT so that we panel beat it. It means the original intention. But I'll be very reluctant, Honorable Speaker, to go away of separating Safaricom from M-Pesa or asking Safaricom to get a banking license to run M-Pesa is going to make M-Pesa extremely expensive and ineffective, and would let that innovation that was unique to Kenya thrive until such a time market forces bring a balance in the market. I don't want to support or oppose, but let's deal at it at the committee of the whole House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Chair of Finance, let's hear your insight on this.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I would like to congratulate Honorable Elisha bringing this bill to this stage and taking it through last Parliament and again introducing to this Parliament is something very, very commendable. However, Honorable Speaker, the bill is seeking to do a few things, and just to add my voice on some of the things that I agree with and some of the things that I think can be improved on. Honorable Speaker, the bill is seeking to define market dominance, to focus more on the operators controlling over 50% of market revenue, Honorable Speaker. And this is a great shift from the current law that, if my memory serves me right, defines dominance at 25%. This change could reduce the regulatory burden on major players, which has been considered in previous regulations. So you realize that any player that has now the ratio now being set at 50%, this really changes the role of regulation. And more specifically, Honorable Speaker, it changes the definition of dominance. Honorable Speaker, if you could protect me from my colleagues behind, they're interrupting my...
It seems they have heard you.
Thank you very much.
You may proceed.
So, by taking the responsibility of determination of market dominance to the Communication Authority of Kenya, this substantially changes another subsequent law or is in contravention of another law, which is a competition act that establishes the Competition Authority of Kenya. And as you recall, Honorable Speaker, we recently just approved the Director General for the Competition Authority of Kenya. And just to read, the roles of the Communications Authority of Kenya is to regulate market conduct through investigating and taking action against abuse of dominant market positions, price fixing, and collusive agreements, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this will be a major shift in the role of the Competition Authority of Kenya and probably set a wrong precedence to other players in other sectors, because we have one entity envisioned in both our constitution and our and consequent legislative laws in this house that gives one institution to handle all matters of competition and dominance. And that entity funded by taxpayers' money is the Competition Authority of Kenya. And therefore, specifically by nominating the Communications Authority to be the one to determine matters of dominance sets a very bad precedence to the role of Competition Authority of Kenya in regulating matters of competition in this Republic, Honorable Speaker. One of the things I would laud on the bill, Honorable Speaker, is reduction of waiver on spectrum fees. The bill proposes that spectrum fees to enable access to internet connectivity and mobile connectivity to remote areas, that spectrum fees for those particular networks would be waived. Honorable Speaker, this would be a very welcome idea, because although mobile access connectivity, including internet, in Kenya is around 130%. Interesting, Honorable Speaker, this is much higher than the Africa average of 95%, and actually much higher than the global average of 115%. But what is interesting, although the penetration of mobile connectivity and internet connectivity is at 130%, and I said much higher than the Africa average and the global average, it is mainly because of use of multi-SIM cards, especially for players in urban towns, Honorable Speaker. So you find people who in towns would have 1, 2, 3, 4 SIM cards, and therefore giving them a lot of options in terms of access to internet and mobile connectivity. But you still have very many places in this country where you have to climb a tree or you have to travel for a distance to get internet or to get mobile connectivity. And therefore, the proposal on this bill to waive these spectrum fees would be a very welcome idea.
What is your point of order, Honorable Makali? Let's hear Honorable Makali on the point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I didn't have any intention to interrupt my good friend KK, but I think since we are on national television, it would be important just to explain, when you say 115%, 130%, this might cause confusion. Can you just explain a bit so that those who are watching us can appreciate? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, proceed. And if possible, explain. This is a public house for the public.
The measure of the connectivity to either mobile or internet is based on the number of services that any user of a mobile network or internet provider has access to. And therefore, you realize, like, for example, my colleague, Honorable Makali Mulu, could have a phone that has an Equitel line and has a Safaricom line, and therefore has a lot of options in terms of access to mobile network. And therefore, when one line goes, if one communication service provider is down, then he can use the other one. And that is why we're talking about 130%. But that's why I quantified my statement and said, although this is the case, this only applies to especially people who live and who operate in town centers. So you'll find that someone in a remote area, like one of the deepest part of my constituency called Dosua, then they will need have even access to that one line, because even when they have that line, they can't access it because they have to move a distance to go and access their mobile connectivity or internet connectivity. So, Honorable Speaker, I was saying, and in that case, the reduction of this spectrum, the waiver of this spectrum fees for those remote areas would be a very welcome idea. And that means that it will incentivize these telcos to go and invest in those remote areas and not have a mobile connectivity, especially when those areas would have a lower return on investment. Because those remote areas, before they start using their phones, before they start using internet, then a regular business person who is a telco would rather then enhance their connectivity in areas that has higher usage, Honorable Speaker. The amendment also seeks to allow dominant operators to set tariffs without prior approval of the regulator. This, Honorable Speaker, may lead to reduced oversights and potential increase in costs to consumers, Honorable Speaker. This also has a consequence on the smaller operators, because this could greatly enhance the gap between the small operators and the dominant operators, Honorable Speaker. Because if then the dominant operators are allowed to set up their tariffs without the approval of the regulators, then your bet is as good as mine. This would really increase the gap between now the bigger players and the small players, and therefore this would mainly stifle competition, Honorable Speaker. Those will be my views. Again, congratulations, Honorable Elisha, for the good bill. And if you're able to address the key concern of where the role of competition authority in determination of dominance and how that then would affect the Competition Authority Act, and the issue of allowing the bigger telcos or the big operators to be able to set their own fees without having to go to the regulator, then it's a bill that this House, I will urge you to support. With that, I beg to finish, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Charles Nchoke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. I mean, from the onset, it's appearing that a lot of concepts and maybe the technology of telecommunications is inhibiting the otherwise efficient way of handling this discussion or this debate, Mr. Speaker. The main focus of my colleague Honorable Elisha Odhiambo, is the market dominance, the concentration of monopoly. From an economic perspective, obviously this is not a good thing. Concentration, dominance, monopoly, all hurt the consumer. The consumer receives the blunt end of the bargain. So that we want to be able to deal with the question of dominance and the concentration, so that we don't have a few subscribers dominating the market. Therefore, it will be necessary to dig further as to why, whether it's a legal weakness or there's a weakness in the law that enables the dominance to exist as it is at the moment. Indeed, when you look at the telecommunications market segmentation, you realize that some players are much bigger than what's provided for under the Competition Act. We therefore need to be addressed. What's the problem? Is it the difficulties or the challenges of acquiring the technology for any potential subscribers to enter the market, or is it the law that is weak and therefore needs to be fixed? Mr. Speaker, the other problem is about the money handling. Whereas we celebrate the gains and the efficiencies of sending money through the various money sending platforms, there are risks. If you have a financial system that is outside the main financial system, there is a major risk. So that we can find a way through legislation whereby we continue benefiting or enjoying the gains of these platforms, but they must be regulated. Otherwise, any financial system that is out, it's not regulated, is a major risk to the economy. The issue of drop calls, it is a cost to the caller. It is a cost to the consumer. It is an inconvenience. It's a frustration to the consumer. Therefore, if it is because of the failure of the subscriber, there is a need for the customer to be compensated in one way or the other as proposed in the bill. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Article 46 of the Constitution provides that every consumer has the right to goods and services of reasonable quality. Therefore, be it the services, the drop calls, or the calls that we're making, that you're not experiencing any interruption, that is pronounced in the Constitution. Therefore, every subscriber is under an obligation, constitutional obligation, to ensure that their services are uninterrupted and necessarily so, unless it's something that is beyond their control. And to that extent, therefore, where it's willful, where it is because of their negligence, there should be some amount of compensation for the consumer. As regards the universal fund, Mr. Speaker, there is a convincing reason that the monies that are in this fund should be used equitably across the country. So I suggested the figures proposed by the proposer of the motion may not be 100% correct, but there is a need to have some semblance or formula in which these funds may be used across the country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I support this bill.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support this proposed bill. And I'm happy my friend has done a bit of good work here. I understand a lot of public participation has gone into this. Honorable Speaker, if you study the telecom sector in Kenya, I think from 3 providers, we are now down to 2. And of those 2, one is basically dominant. In other words, one has taken much of the space to the exclusion of the others. And we like to say it is because of better business practices, hard work, and all those kind of things. But there are other nuances that affect competition and help promote dominance, which is not very good for the consumer. But let me break a few things so that we may understand why I'm supporting this. First, as a principle of regulation, when tariffs are being set for a utility service, there's something we call the rate base. In other words, it is a collection of the entire asset base of that company that is then used to calculate the projected investment returns that are expected, and then a rate for that particular utility is then arrived at. In other words, if you have a rate base that is not transparent and that is not specific to the particular utility service that you are offering, then you will be misleading the consumers. So in other words, if Safaricom's rate base for purposes of tariff setting include its operations on money lending activities, which is not the core business of a telecoms company, the rates that it will be charging will be higher than what it should have charged consumers if the rate base was limited to its telecommunication service. It is not a problem that a telecoms company can help or facilitate transfer of money using the phone. The problem is when you start lending at interest, when you start engaging in another activity that is not purely telecoms related. And when you engage in additional businesses over and above the traditional telecoms business, you expand your rate base. In other words, you bring in more assets, more investments than otherwise would have been applicable to a purely telecoms company. So there's no transparency in the costs. And that is why I think I agree with Honorable Elisha that non-core telecoms business should be separated and taken out of the other businesses that Safaricom is undertaking, so that there's clarity, there's transparency in their cost structure, and that this ultimately will lead to a lower rate base, rate of charges for the consumers. The combination of M-Pesa as an integral part of Safaricom has, as a matter of fact, reduced competition in this sector because it is making it harder for new companies to enter the market. Until now, Starlink has come, it was almost impossible to have fair competition in the sector. Also, it makes it very difficult for customers to switch, to move from one provider to the other in response to quality of service, because there's something that is holding them in one particular space. So these have to be separated so that there's more competition and there's more fairness, even to the other competitors. And also, when you deal with other business aspects that are not necessarily telecom, like lending money, the regulators set up to regulate interest rates are not CCK, not the Communications Commission's Authority. It is the central bank. Yeah? So if you are already charging a service, charging interest, offering lending money, especially to the poor. Actually, this is, Safaricom talks of financial inclusion. Safaricom is now creating financial exclusion. If you look at the interest rates that are being charged to the poor people who borrow from Fuliza, even to gamble, if you compound those interests, they are higher than what many of us who can access proper financial services from a bank will pay. They're actually, if you look at these interests, they're usury rates. It is the same thing with supplying water in places like Kibra in jerry cans. They actually pay more than those who get water from taps in Muthaiga, from Nairobi Water, by just taking it in those 20-liter jerry cans. It is the same thing with Safaricom offering Fuliza loans to the vulnerable, those who have no alternative, who are now entrapped in debt, and who suffer a lot of psychological problems because of these usury interest rates. And it is important that we have that financial element of their business regulated by the financial services regulators, as opposed to pure utility regulators like CCK. And I think it is very good that this separation is being proposed in this law. But also, if you look at the combination of the business that Safaricom has, it affects the general well-being and health of the entire sector. For example, in other jurisdictions, you will find there's shared common user facilities among telcos, towers, yes, and other services. It becomes very difficult here, for another operator to come into the market and share those facilities. In India, they're all shared, actually, and it lowers the cost to the consumer. There are also interconnection charges. We've had a big problem on this because in Kenya, when you make a call from one service provider to the other, you're actually charged for using the other service, the assets of the other company, what we call interconnection charges. Now, there is no flexibility when the business is all commingled, M-Pesa here, another whatever, television here, whatnot, all those things. Then you cannot clearly separate what the cost elements are. And to make matters worse, even interoperability is limited, because customers then feel trapped into a specific service. Mr. Speaker, I would really, really support this, that it is time we separated the businesses. Let M-Pesa stand on its own as a financial instrument. It can continue to use the backbone of Safaricom to transfer the money, but as a banking service that offers money to people and charge interest rates, it should be regulated by financial regulators. Now, on Section 334A, I would like to recommend that even though there is justification for compensation where the quality of service is not up to par, we should not actually provide a fixed sum of 10 shillings. I think that should be left to the regulator to set what the compensation should be in the regulations. But it should be as a percentage of the applicable tariff. I think that is a better regulatory approach than prescribing 10 shillings as a matter of compensation. 10 shillings today may not be worth 10 shillings in another 5 years. As we say, the only good money is new money. And finally, I really support the amendments being proposed for the Universal Service Fund, especially to support underserved areas and also to support non-economically viable activities, even to subsidize the private sector like Safaricom. I think this would be a good approach. With those few remarks, I support. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Quite interesting debate. But there being no any further interest in this, I may call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the members have spoken to this motion. I think, but more importantly, I look at the last point raised by the Honorable Karoli on call drops and preferring a charge of 10 shillings. I think that's a conversation the all of us could have. But my question, the premise of that charge is based on is not the responsibility of the consumer to improve the service of the telecom. It is the responsibility of the telecom to invest profits to the infrastructure so that the end user can be a beneficiary of an efficient service and get value for the money they paid for that service. And also, more importantly, which Karoli has alluded to, is distinctively separating the entities, separating the services. If you are a mobile provider, it would be prudent then that your license should then focus on what the licensee has allowed you to do. If it has allowed you to get on the money market, it's important to create a level playing field so that even the banks, if, for example, Safaricom or Airtel is charging Fuliza or Airtel money at 16% on Mamamboga at home, so the banks should equally charge the same. So the regulator then, we must have a regulation that ensures that the regulator follows and controls the bank. For example, Mr. Speaker, I read yesterday the central bank has reduced the interest rates. The banks are not reducing. The banks have done nothing to reduce. So we need some punitive measures to ensure that there's compliance to what has been alluded to by the central bank. Then finally, what was raised, I think, by Kimani on the Universal Service Fund. You know, the intent was to ensure that areas that are not covered are properly covered. By the time I brought this bill in 2019, on the account of Universal Service Fund at CA, they had 8 billion that they had not utilized. And they're giving schools 5 MBH. What can 5 MBH do in a school? So this was sort of to ensure that there's a supervisory hand that ensures that this money is utilized properly for the purpose of which it was intended. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. That's my reply.
You beg to reply. Give him the mic.
I beg to reply.
Thank you.
Professor Undo, relax.
Next order. Oh, very well. We shall postpone putting of the question to that particular motion until next sitting. Next order.
Order number 13, the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable Martin Owino. Martin Peters Owino.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ward Chief.
Thank you very much. I beg to move Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, believe the second time, yes. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by stating that the Community Health Workers Bill 2022, which I sponsored, was published on 26th October 2022. This bill was read the first time in the House on Wednesday, 14th June 2023, and thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Health for consideration and reporting to the House, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 127. Honorable Speaker, the principal objective of the bill is to provide a framework for regulation of community health workers. Community health workers are important as they are the health personnel who deal directly with the community, as they are familiar with personnel, as they are familiar with the homesteads in their areas of residence, as well as the language of the people. And community health workers will assist in preventive care, and through going door to door, they will know the people in need of various healthcare services. Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that the first Schedule of Health Act Cap 241, which recognizes community health services at level 1, managed by the community health extension workers, most of the community health workers, now known as community health promoters, are volunteers who are sometimes paid allowance, sometimes delayed, and sometimes not. The proposed legal framework will therefore enhance the recognition and regulation of community health workers, which allow them to be entrenched in the government health delivery system. Honorable Speaker, the bill therefore establishes the Community Health Workers Council and Community Health Workers Disciplinary Committee to regulate the conduct of the community health workers. The main function of the council is the regulation of community health workers through setting qualifications and professional standards, and providing advice to the Cabinet Secretary and county governments on community health matters. The Speaker, the Community Health Workers Disciplinary Committee, on the other hand, will handle disciplinary matters involving community health workers, which is critical in ensuring the provision of safe and quality patient care. Honorable Speaker, the community health workers are critical in ensuring early detection of diseases. Therefore, early detection of diseases prevents the escalation of diseases, which will ultimately reduce the cost of care paid not only by the government, but also out of pocket. Mr. Speaker, investment, and I repeat, investment in community health care services provided by community health workers, or CHPs, is also crucial to the success of entire health ecosystem, as it ensures effective and targeted management of diseases. This kind of one-on-one management of diseases will improve the administration of medication, leading to better health outcomes and reduction in the spread of contagious diseases and drug resistance. Honorable Speaker, in recognition of the importance of the role of community health workers, as the House will note in the Health Committee report on the bill, that bill is to be amended to align with the Primary Healthcare Act number 13 of 2023, enacted by this August House almost a year ago. This act adopted the term community health promoters. Honorable Speaker, the bill is therefore in line with the government's priority of using primary health care as the key driver of universal healthcare coverage. Primary health care is essential in ensuring that all Kenyans not only access good quality health care, but also fully participate in the management of their specific health needs. This is why the bill provides community health care services commencing at the household level 1. Honorable Speaker, the bill also aligned to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, as it facilitates progressive realization of the right to the highest attainable standards of health, including the right to health care services guaranteed under Article 43(1)(a), and also Article 21(2) of the Constitution, which requires the state to take legislative, policy, and other measures to ensure that the progressive realization of the rights granted in Article 43 is achieved. The bill therefore facilitates the fulfillment of this obligation by both levels of government as it makes healthcare framework in the country responsible to the unique health needs of Kenyan populations in each county and sub-county infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, I therefore request and urge this House and all my colleagues to pass this bill and allow this framework and also recognition of the community health workers to be enforced. Mr. Speaker, I'm just preaching to the choir here, and I know all of us are aware how difficult it is to access healthcare system. And the workforce, which we call human resource for health, is below what is expected by the WHO. We all know this. In the absence of HR, which is not complete, which is not consummate to whatever is required, then you have two legs of the healthcare system, which is the supplies and the infrastructure, which cannot work on their own without health workers. This is where investing into community health workers becomes very handy, because in level 1, if we are robust with this cadre, remember recognizing them and regulating them and training them uniformly across the country. That would mean that a community health worker in Mandera knows at the same level as a community health worker in Dewa, in my constituency. Right now, Honorable Speaker, as we speak, the doctor-patient ratio, or doctor-population ratio, the way you want to call it, is 1 doctor to almost 50,000. In other areas, even worse. The nurses who are the closest in that category, 1 nurse is almost 2,000 to 3,000 population. That is unacceptable. The only bridge gap is a community health worker. In the absence of that, in the absence of adequate personnel, we are realizing a lot of disease progressions which are resulting to this kind of statistics, not very good. Child survival in Kenya is below SDG targets. And in other areas, Honorable Speaker, it's sad to see that 18 out of 1,000 live births, 18 of them will die. And under 5 is 37. Other areas are even more per 1,000 lives. So, Mr. Speaker, the situation of health in Kenya is worse. That's why I'm really promoting this involvement of community health workers. Our patients, or those who present in either lower tertiary of care or higher tertiary of care, most of them are communicable diseases that can be preventable at level 1 and 2 at most. But more interestingly, the health-seeking behavior cannot be attained only by education. It will never work. It needs somebody who is supporting you, who can tell you, this kind of condition, you have to go to the hospital. Come with me. That will not be a nurse. That will not be a doctor. That will be a community health worker who sits with them, who knows. Because in our arrangement, one community health worker will oversee 100 households. He knows all of them, sometimes less. Today, the Speaker, cardiovascular diseases, cancers, diabetes is very, very worrying. And as I always say, the crude death rate in this country emanates from this. Somebody just died, taken to the morgue, is buried. no statistics. And that's a result because of there's no early detection of these conditions and managed well. The Speaker, also one important thing that this cadre are going to do is to translate treatment of diseases into disease management. For example, if you go to see a doctor, like Dr. Pukose there, you will be given a prescription. If you're lucky, you're given drugs. But the distance between pharmacy and household sometimes does not translate into treatment per se. You need somebody who advises you to take that medication as it is prescribed at the time which is prescribed, so that the drug level on the blood can be sustained to kill the organisms. That is the work of the community health worker. In fact, in other countries, when we were doing the HIV, for example, in Rwanda, the patients were not taking HIV drugs themselves. They were given by the community health workers on time, and they make sure they take them adequately. And in that country, the drug resistance was very low because they were taking as required. So what I'm trying to say is that seeing a doctor, prescribing medication does not automatically mean that the patients will take them as they are prescribed and therefore reverse the condition. It will need a community health worker to be a supportive system, to be a reminding system, to make sure they take hold of it. Honorable Speaker, today, this card I'm promoting here will help us to deal with mental illness. And it's a worrying trend because as we speak, 1 in every Kenyan are having mental issues. Maybe it has not grown to manifest clinically, but they are there. And as you know, Mathare, as much as we promote it, that is not an answer to mental illness. It will need somebody who is in the community and can detect early and can also set a management system around the family to ensure that person is accommodated and supported within the family system. That person is a community health worker. In Malawi, they have what we call a community bench, just to sit and, because they know each other, they know how somebody has been in the community, and if is veering off the capacity to think well, they know. And we can arrest the situation as early as that as possible. Also, Honorable Speaker, at this time, at this age, it is not acceptable to have maternal mortality rate in other areas 500,000 per 100,000 live births. Some are even 6,000. Mothers dying at birth. When mothers leave for hospital, the family expect mom to come home and also the baby to come home. But what we are witnessing now is too high. And the reasons are very simple. We have a requirement which says when you are expecting and you're a mom, you should visit at least 4 times a clinic. But it's not as easy as it is said. A mother who is expecting needs somebody to support, to motivate, to ensure that he gets to the clinic. So when we invest in community health worker, I know this MMR, maternal mortality rate, will go down because they will ensure that these mothers go as required 4 times. So if there's anything wrong between that period, it can be diagnosed and corrected. On the Speaker, there's also the issue of the newborns. Of course, as I said, we expect mothers to be at home, we expect babies to be at home, but we are losing with every minute, every day, when a birth takes place in this country, approximately 41,300 every day. 90 of them, of those children will die. Why? The same issues which I said. Okay? And most of the death is just simple asphyxia, trauma, sepsis, and preterm, which if the community health workers were involved in the beginning, would have been reversed. So, in closing, what this bill really requires is that we recognize, we regulate, and we invest in community health workers so that we can have early detection of diseases at level 1 and proper or prompt referral system to level 2, 3, as it may be the condition. If we do that, we will prevent a lot of suffering, a lot of death, even money, because many patients will not be progressing with the diseases to tertiary care. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With that, I want to ask my friend Dr. Nyikal to second this motion. I know Dr. Nyikal, when he retires, he will also be another community health worker in the village. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Peters, remember to move and ask Nyikal to.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and ask Dr. Nyikal to second.
Dr. Nyikal.
Okay. Okay. I think I'll move from there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to second this bill. Mr. Speaker, we are reading this bill for the second time. It was read here and it actually lapsed. And Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely important bill. We may not realize how important it is. The bill, the main object of the bill is to provide a regulatory framework for the community health workers. Mr. Speaker, we start by saying who, or asking who is a community health worker, and why the word community. Mr. Speaker, it is realized people don't get sick in hospitals. People get sick at home. Treatment in hospitals is an isolated event. Recovery also implies or affected by where and how you are treated. Even deciding when to go for treatment is a decision that is made in the community. So, Mr. Speaker, it has been realized for many, many years all over the world that people who are in the community have a big role in actually healthcare. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, for years, communities have been helping people who are sick. The most common one is traditional, they've been called traditional midwives. These are people who are actually helping women to deliver at home. But there are all sorts of people in the community that actually advise on health. So this then, Mr. Speaker, was actually formalized, and it was recognized that it will be extremely important to get a person in the community who would help sick people, who would help community members to avoid diseases and to get early detection of diseases, and to advise community members on how and where to seek health care. And to that extent, the term community health worker was actually has actually evolved, and this is utilized all over the world. Mr. Speaker, in modern terms, who is a community health worker? The Speaker, as it is now, the most important thing, and this bill recognizes that, is a community health worker is a member of the community. They reside there. That is their home.
They are known in the community. They understand the culture of the community. They understand their behavior towards illness. And they can help. And therefore, it's decided that we need to strengthen them, capacitate them, so that they can actually do what they would normally do. There is no community in this world where if somebody is sick, a member of the community does not come to help them. And therefore, it was decided that we get these people, we train them, we give them some support so that they can actually help people now with some knowledge, with some capacity, and also link them with the health sector as we know it. That is the person we are calling a community health worker. It's a member of the community. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the terminology has changed, particularly in this country. The terminology has changed because of actually the way we look at them, whether we should pay them or whether we should remunerate them in any way. The origin of the community health worker in this country, actually the community strategy. If you go into the ministry now, what we are talking in level 1 is actually a community strategy where all communities in Kenya actually have community units, and each community unit has a community health worker. And that community health worker supports them, support the people there, advises on health, advises on when to seek help, advises on how even to use medication. And that community health worker is now linked to level 2, what used to be dispensaries, and to level 3, which are health centers. So that in a working referral system, as we intended, they will actually advise the people on when to go and seek care. And where there's need to support, like particularly in delivery, they will actually accompany the person to the health facilities, the lowest level of health facilities. And as structured now, they also seek advice and are regularly advised by community health extension workers who are themselves formally trained health workers. And what is their role in this country, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we are all talking of primary health care. And what does primary health care mean? We look at diseases from the point of the initial event that causes disease. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, people don't get sick in hospitals. People get sick at home. And we have what we call social determinants of health. These are the factors that make you sick. You get sick in your relationship with the environment. If you drink water that is contaminated and you get cholera, the germ that causes cholera is what we normally will say is the cause of the disease. But the real cause of the disease is actually lack of water. So these social determinants, the causes behind the causes. Mr. Speaker, if you get cancer and it can be shown, like in some cases, you have been exposed to where you work with, for example, dyes and so on, or with the food you eat, or with the farm inputs that you are exposed to. It is that exposure which is actually the cause. If you work in an industry where you are dealing with asbestos and you get cancer of the lungs, although asbestos is probably the agent that causes the lungs, it is the work environment that causes the lungs. If you live in a place where the kids go and swim in pools of water and they get schistosomiasis, although the germ bilharzia is the cause of the schistosomiasis, the real cause is swimming in those pools of water. So the food, if you have food with a lot of sugar and a lot of fat, and eventually you end up with hypertension, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, the real cause is the food that you eat. If you live a sedentary life where you actually do not exercise your body, so whatever you get is actually secondary. So these community health workers are actually the people who will advise people how they live, where they live, what food they should eat, what steps they should take to actually prevent being sick. And Mr. Speaker, this is extremely, extremely important. These are the people who will be key in early detection of disease. Mr. Speaker, let's talk of cancer. If you were to talk of cancer of the skin, a little nodule on the skin that would have been excised and you will be okay for the rest of your life, if it is discovered in a late stage, it will definitely kill you. So early detection, as we go for very expensive cancer treatment, if we went for early detection, like cancer of the cervix, cancer of the breast, if we went for early detection, if we taught all the women just how to examine their breasts, which the health workers can do, they'll be detected early, they'll be exercised, it will not be expensive. So, Mr. Speaker, that early detection is extremely important. And with that, early treatment, which will be cheap. And it's not only that early treatment, the referral system. People take a long time when they got some illness and they don't know what to do. And therefore, if they have somebody who is advising them early, they will seek treatment. The mover was talking of immunization. The mover was talking of antenatal care. These people will actually advise. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for just 2 more minutes. This is something that's dear to me. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, if people have been treated in hospital, there are times when people can be sent home on treatment, follow-up treatment. These people will advise on how you can actually use your drugs. And so, Mr. Speaker, how do we link it to the health system? We are talking of primary health care. We have even now in this country put a fund under SHA, which is Primary Health Care Fund. If we don't have these people well trained and actually establish how they work, the structures in which they work, this Primary Health Care Fund will not give us.
Please conclude because you have really punched this particular.
So, Mr. Speaker, if we were to use Primary Health Care Fund, the reduction in cost of care in terms of finances, in terms of human resource will be huge. And therefore it is important that we get a system of recognizing these people, of training them, and then managing them and looking at their professional conduct because they are dealing with a very important point. And that is what this bill does by creating a council and disciplinary system. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Very well. Before I propose the question, let me acknowledge the presence and the public gallery this afternoon of Oloirien Boys High School, Narok East constituency in Narok County, and possibly ask the Honorable Member Aramat Ken to welcome them. He's in the house.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to welcome these young people from my constituency, a school called Oloirien Boys, situated at Suswa Ward. And Mr. Speaker, these are fruits of CDF. If you look at what people killed CDF, when I was elected in 2013, Mr. Speaker, I only got 5 secondary schools. We managed to build 13 secondary schools in our constituency, courtesy of CDF. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to welcome these young men and leaders of tomorrow to the National Assembly. Speaker, encouraging them that what you see here in Parliament is you who will do it tomorrow. You are the fruits of tomorrow. Most of you might be lawyers, politicians, and if you keep education at our community at high levels, then you can always fly high and achieve what is not achievable or achievable in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53, of 2022 be now read a second time. The first bite is Dr. Robert Bukosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill by the Honorable Martin Peter Sowino. This bill, I want to confirm that came to my Committee of Health, and we are able to process, and we will be making amendments. This bill, Honorable Speaker, speaks to the structure of community health workers in terms of how they are going to be placed so that they can have a council that will be able to regulate their practice, training, and registration within the country. Because as we speak today, community health workers are not properly regulated. They do not have a council. Community health workers do not have even formal training that is uniform throughout the country. So this bill will be looking at some of those areas so that they can have at least a minimum qualifications for you to be called a community health worker. And it will even go further because once they are given a cadre and they are graded, then it is possible for them to even have job promotions, to even have either public service or county public service, to be able to employ them formally so that they can have a meaningful or gainful employment. Because as it is now, many of them are just depending on the stipend, which is paid by national government of $2,500 per month and the county governments $2,500 per month. Some of the county governments are not paying, and it's not coming even regular. Even from the national government, some community health workers are not being paid. You'll find that even the kids, we have close to 7,000 community health workers who have no kids to be able to perform their functions. So with this, once they have a council, they'll have even representatives, and they'll be able to be eligible to form unions so that they can negotiate for better terms for themselves. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Esther Passaris. The Honorable Eve Obara. Those who want to contribute, you can put interventions. It will be easy for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too stand to support the bill that the community health workers be entrenched in the government like any other professional. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I support the proposal that they be regulated and formally be employed, that they be formally employed by the government. Mr. Speaker, this is one group of people that have been completely undervalued. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I can tell you for free that these people, the amount of work that they put in and the commitment that they have, the work that they do, is beyond our expectation. Mr. Speaker, these are people who are passionate about the job that they do. And the support that they give the community is great, Mr. Speaker. They understand the community very well. They understand the language. They know the people. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they have even trained on basic health matters. Mr. Speaker, the current group of community health workers are people who have gone to school, Mr. Speaker. They have gone to school up to Form 4, so they have the basic education. There are people who can even be admitted to the MTCs, Medical Training Centers. Mr. Speaker, I have worked with them through the university, the Great Lakes University. Professor Kiseja, I think some of you may know him, the founder of the Great Lakes University. He started a program for these community health workers where they can be trained on health matters. Mr. Speaker, we have collaborated with them under NGCDF, where we also support the community health workers to be trained, and we pay for that service. Mr. Speaker, I support, and I want to say once again, thank you very much, Mr. Wino. The 2,500 that they get as stipend is too low, Mr. Speaker, for the kind of work that they do. In our communities, we know that people die, Mr. Speaker, for things that should not have killed them in the first place. Mr. Speaker, even diagnosis of malaria, people would die of malaria. People die of just diarrhea, while these people are there and they have given them support. I think they should be motivated, they should be recruited as professionals and put on the formal payroll of government for the great work that they're doing, because we know that in the community, the doctors are not enough to be able to cater for everybody, not even the clinical officers. And this is the gap that is being filled by these community health workers. Thank you very much. I support once again.
The Honorable Suzanne Kiamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this time to contribute to this very progressive bill. I think this bill provides an opportunity to this country to institutionalize the issues of health workers who, from the short period they have worked, we have very clear evidence that they are contributing significantly to health issues in this particular country. Honorable Speaker, you realize that we are spending a lot of money in health on cases that would actually have been dealt with right at the household level. So I think once this is actually institutionalized and is operational through this particular framework, Honorable Speaker, we'll even have the cost of health reduced in this country. And if the cost of health could actually be reduced in this particular country, that will actually mean that we may not even seriously need an extra budget for these health workers, because the long-term impact will be reducing the cost of health, which sometimes these people are being taken to hospital when they are as good as dead. So to make them come back, it costs so much that if we would actually prevent some of these cases, we cannot even talk about the budget. I'm talking about that because many of the bills we pass here never see the light of the day, because most people think money, short-term money. I would want us, as we pass this particular framework, not to think about short-term money or where is the budget, because eventually, if this framework is implemented, I'm sure the health cost will actually go down, and the money would be claiming that we don't have money to pay these workers, to give them promotion, I think it will be a thing of the past. Honorable Speaker, most of our Kenyans are dying because of food deficiency. Nobody tells them what is wrong with the food you are eating. Nobody even tells them which food is right to eat, because there is a serious knowledge gap in our communities in matters health. And I think if this is institutionalized and made more or less acceptable to an extent of almost being professional, I'm sure the health knowledge gap in our communities will actually be drastically reduced. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, you realize we even have communities who are sticking to their beliefs of superstition, witchcraft. Even in cases of children who are malnourished, I've had cases, you can actually see clearly this is a case of a child who is malnourished. And the mother and the father are busy running to witch doctors. I think this will actually help us, because after 63 years of independence, surely we can't have our people still running to witch doctors on issues that are very clear, like issues of malnutrition to our children. Honorable Speaker, we realize that if we get this bill with a clear framework of the healthy workers, it will also be a way of creating employment. You can imagine each and every village having somebody to work, and somebody who is answering to live problems of our people. Honorable Speaker, this will add value to our leadership, and you'll actually have somebody who really is part of the community and can actually solve most of the problems we have in these areas. Honorable Speaker, we look like in the cases of pressure, how many people in Kenya do we find it is the postmortem that says somebody died of pressure? because nobody actually knew whether the person has pressure. How many of our women are dying of cancer, and then by the time the cancer is being discovered, somebody is in the deathbed? I think if we have this framework and we have the healthy workers, we as a country will have done our people a great service, and we will have most of our health problems addressed at that level. And of course, that will lead to, we are employing too many people, because some of these problems are not actually being solved. And you see our wage bill, every county is complaining about the amount of money they have to pay to health. But if this was actually reduced by having these community health workers, I'm sure we'll have reasonable technical people, because we'll not have issues presented at their worst, and actually will actually improve the status of health in this particular country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Susan Duyo, the Rakanithi County Women Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this very important bill that has been moved by Honorable Widow. Mr. Speaker, sir, one would want to know, and one would maybe wonder, why we are sitting here today to debate or talk about community health workers, Mr. Speaker. The bill seeks to form a council. This is a council that is going to form a framework to support, guide, and regulate the work of community health workers in the village. Mr. Speaker, sir, community health workers are very, very important people in our community. Community health workers reside with the people in the community. They understand their culture, they understand their beliefs, they understand their values. Mr. Speaker, sir, community health workers are agents of change, especially in the underserved areas in our community. Especially where I come from in the Rakanithi County, more so in the lower parts of the Rakanithi County, you find even a whole entire location without even a single dispensary. The community health workers are underpaid. Most of them have not even been trained. They've not even been guided on how they are going to be prevented against contracting diseases from the patients that they treat. There are these community health workers that are going to prevent diseases. They're going to prevent even the spread of diseases. In the local language, we say that prevention is better than cure. If these community health workers are empowered, if there's a framework to regulate their actions, Mr. Speaker, sir, even the much money that we are using to treat our patients, the much money we are using to buy medicine, the much money we are using to even put infrastructure in our hospitals is going to go down, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, community health workers have not been motivated. A person earning money as little as 5,000, someone with a family, someone who need to walk around the village, this is too little. We need a council that will form a framework to see how every community health worker will be paid, and that every community worker is going to be satisfied. That way, the person will be motivated. There are these community health workers that even pray and worship with the patients. They understand them. They can even sense and even know why is someone so emaciated, why are somebody's skin changed, why have they even changed in their color and everything. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I really support this bill, and that you're going to form a council that is going to do regulations and form a framework that is going to support the community health workers. But even so, Mr. Speaker, sir, let's not now go to the community after forming this council and undermine and underrate other community workers, maybe because of they're not learned, maybe they are elderly. Even as we form this council that is going to regulate the performance of community health workers, let the people that have already been acting and working as community health workers still be empowered. It is this council that is going to regulate how much is going to be paid to those that have reached post-secondary education, how much is going to be paid to those who are just finished for primary school education, and so forth, and even their ages. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support and thank you.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm supporting the bill because the community health workers are just like doctors or nurses who have been brought to the nearest door where the real sick person is, because I have so many of them, friends, who tell me what they go through. Each one of them is like they have a niche. They have a number of sick people that they visit, and they understand the language of the patients they visit. So they help these patients who cannot even tell where to get the proper services by connecting these patients to the right health facilities. And they understand also the language of, and the culture, apart from language, the culture, because there are other patients who cannot go to a hospital or a nurse, to a hospital and see a nurse or a doctor and tell them where exactly they are ailing because of cultural boundaries on how to communicate. But with a community worker who speaks their language, even if they were to speak in parables complaining about their condition, this community health worker will pick it up and express better and let the doctor treat the right thing than when these people just come from the villages, some who cannot even express themselves in Swahili properly or in English. They can just speak their mother tongue. These community health workers help a lot. And the social support that they give to the patients, especially the bedridden people, especially HIV positively living people, the counseling that they also give is so good because they are so passionate at that work. And some of them, even because maybe they've gone through that, affected or infected, they understand better how to counsel or handle any person with such a challenging condition. Then also the shortage of nurses and doctors. These CHVs in the villages come in handy so much because you can find one psychiatrist, nurse in a county, one, being depended on by over 800 people. So when they come in, they actually help a lot. They are like assistant nurses or assistant doctors when it comes to places where we don't have enough nurses or doctors or clinical officers. Then also they promote health, because every time they sit with any patients or people who are still not courageous enough to accept and visit a doctor, every time they sit with people in the villages, they promote health. They speak about prevention. They speak about, even if you have this, there is a way you can live positively for over 20 years or 30. Many times when they have meetings, it is very interesting to see how they use minimal or limited, information that could not reach people easily. They do it so easily and in a way that people can understand. Even those with limited education, they can still understand that language and take care of themselves. So it's very bad that they don't earn better, 2,000 a month, surely. And yet the risks that they encounter every day are too high. We have to look into how to promote also these CHVs so they can do a better job. They are already passionate about it. They are already volunteering. Some of them are not even known if they exist, but they do in the villages. If they are motivated better, I know we will be talking of a healthier society, and if we have a healthier society, then our nation will not be wallowing in the miasma of poverty. Apart from that, also these CHVs have very impressive social skills. And they understand every home where it is, who has what, who recently got this, who was recently raped. Everything they know. It's like village elders. They are closer to the people. So if somebody is closer to the people, one doctor in a county hospital who does not know anything about a village somewhere that has people with such a condition, CHVs bring important information to the right places at the right time. Because they have, even if it's Mulika Mwizi, they have hotline numbers where they can reach the CCs very quickly, the chiefs, and report such matters. And if actually our country wants to move well from bottom up, the way we call it, the CHVs should be given priority in motivation. like getting a better salary, and also gadgets that can help them, because as they expose themselves to many risks, we must also think of how to help them to continue being healthy, to support people who are unhealthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I would like to say I rise to support this Community Health Workers Bill of 2022, as proposed by the great member for Ndewa constituency, the Honorable Martin Owino, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is seeking to include community health workers serving now as volunteers into government payroll. This means that they will be earning a regular payroll, a regular stipend, rather than how they serve the community as just volunteers, Honorable Speaker. It also seeks to provide a legal regime for the recognition of this community health service as professionals in this country, Honorable Speaker. The bill is providing that the health workers would be regulated by a council. And this is very important, Honorable Speaker, because this Community Health Workers Council is the one that shall maintain the register and keep a record of all these registered community workers, community health workers, and is also mandated to advise the Cabinet Secretary on community health matters, Honorable Speaker. The Council, as proposed in the bill, shall establish a professional code and of conduct that will be undertaken by this community health workers, Honorable Speaker. And this is very important because we need to have a professional code of conduct that is will be regulated by the council so that in the event that any of them behaves in a way that is not in tandem with community health practices, just like the way we have doctors and nurses, then legal action and professional action can be taken on them, Honorable Speaker. Most importantly, this bill is also providing for a requirement for particular certification. In this case, it is requiring that these community health promoters to get a certificate in community health, in psychology and counseling, social work development, HIV guidance and counseling, testing, immunization, community development, and health education, Honorable Speaker. And this is very important because remember when they were being recruited, then there was not that specification that they need to have particular certification. But now with the introduction of this, I'm really hoping that once the council is established, or even before the council is established, like they're going to partner, for example, with our KMTCs. Like in Molo constituency, we have KMTC campus in Molo town. So I'm hoping that even long before this bill becomes law, that they will start a program to go and train these community health workers on these particular skills so that by the time this bill is coming to law, then they will have acquired the skills, and of course they are going to perform their roles as community health workers better, having undertaken the requisite training, professional training, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was trying to find out what best practice is among our peers and what is it that they're doing very well. And one of the countries that has come up has a very effective community health workers program is Rwanda. But what really also stands out in the program for Rwanda is that the program for Rwanda is performance-based incentives. And this, Honorable Speaker, is ensuring that there is proper accountability for these people, Honorable Speaker, and also making it data-driven. So where instead of just having community volunteers in the village, then there is performance-based incentives about their performance. Then if they perform in particular standards, Honorable Speaker, then they get a particular incentive, Honorable Speaker. In India, the incentive is based, their payment system is based on the specific health outcomes. For example, immunization. So where now the remuneration for community health volunteers, community health workers in India is based on real outcomes on health. So you're given a target of how many immunization you must foresee, how many safe deliveries you'll oversee, and therefore your incentive is based on this. And so I'm highlighting this so that when the council is operational, then they can see how to pick these best practices and now have Kenya having even the best of these practices, Honorable Speaker. For Brazil, Honorable Speaker, they integrate public health system with a team of a doctor, a nurse, and now community health workers, Honorable Speaker. So the way now in Brazil they are formed, for every team of these community health workers, they have a nurse and they have a doctor. They also have an elaborate program on chronic disease management. And Honorable Speaker, if we found a way of having a community system that is based at the village level that helps with management of chronic illnesses, we will save a lot of burden to most of families, Honorable Speaker. Most families, when their family member gets a chronic illness that, for example, is incurable, they are forced to sell their land to get into because even recruiting or hiring a health professional to take care of that loved one becomes very expensive. And so maybe one thing that we should do is now include the chronic disease management as even one of the trainings that these community health workers should undergo. In Bangladesh, Honorable Speaker, they have a strong community ownership because these community health promoters are recruited from their localities, just the same way that Kenya is proposing to do. But also, most importantly, is extensive training and supervision, so that there is a proper team lead, there is a proper job description, and then there is extensive training, continuous training over these people, Honorable Speaker. Our neighbors here, Ethiopia, launched this program in 2004. They call them health extension workers. And for them, they provide preventive and curative series, health education, and also an interesting thing in the model for Ethiopia, they are also salaried. So I think you can see where there is best practice, then those community health workers are not volunteers. They are actually salaried people, whether through performance-based or incentive-based, but at least they earn an income, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, why are we emphasizing on these community health promoters? It is because research has shown that 40 to 80% of both communicable and non-communicable diseases can be prevented with proper public health measures, vaccination, lifestyle changes, and environmental intervention, Honorable Speaker. For non-communicable diseases, up to 80% of premature deaths, such as heart diseases, stroke, and type 2 diabetes, are actually preventable. 40% of cancers can be addressed and can be prevented by addressing the risk factors, such as tobacco use, alcohol abuse, unhealthy diet, and exposure to environmental pollutants. So that means that even cancer can actually be cured. At least 40% of the cases can be prevented, not cured, can be prevented by intervening on those particular measures that I have outlined. Infectious diseases, Honorable Speaker, such as measles, polio, hepatitis B, can be prevented through vaccination. And that is why this performance-based or incentive-based, based on particular outcomes, health outcomes, should be the basis of these community health workers, so that we ensure that whether it is our children, they get all their vaccinations, because as you've seen, even these infectious diseases can be treated by vaccination. Honorable Speaker, vector-based diseases, such as malaria, dengue, Zika, can be prevented through vector control. A disease, Honorable Speaker, like mosquito, like malaria, can be 100% prevented by vector control. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, all this information, including even diarrheal diseases, Honorable Speaker, the loss of water through frequent bowel movements, Honorable Speaker, is actually showing that taking enough water, sanitary hygiene can actually prevent even these diseases. So science has backed that most of the communicable and non-communicable diseases, 40 to 80% of them, can be prevented. And the best way to prevent is to engage these community health workers into this community health management, but also find a way of managing them by giving them an incentive and also measuring that incentive either by making their contract performance-based or there must be particular measures of outcome that we need to give to these people before we remunerate them, in addition to the extensive and continuous training. And that I beg to support, and again congratulate the Honorable MP Fondiwa for this bill. Thank you.
The Honorable Christine Ombaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I think this is a wonderful bill, and we congratulate Mr. Wino for bringing this here. Healthcare in this country has been wanting. It has been very, very weak, and we have complained so many times that healthcare is not properly managed. But this is a window to improve healthcare, where we improve the lives of community health workers. These are people who live in the community, who speak the same language as the people they live among, and they offer very, very good services that are not easily available to community members. Information is important. Information about health, about malaria. They give the community information. They educate the community during barazas. I've seen that in my community where I come from. I've seen the role that they do is quite lengthy and very, very expensive as well. One may think it's cheap. It's not, because community health workers started off as a voluntary job where anybody who was interested in offering healthcare information would give that information to the community at baraza or at any other gathering within the community. So they offer information about health, about malaria, which is very prone to my area, and young children die before the age 5 or before their 5th birthday. So they are very critical in giving information to women whose children are still very young, and that has reduced the number of children who die before age 5. When it comes to maternal health care, where an expectant mother is going through some trauma with her pregnancy and there's threat to abortion, then they tend to rush them to call an ambulance within the nearest hospital to come and rescue the mother. So I've seen them offer emergency services in terms of calling to the next healthcare center to come up with an ambulance and to take a sick or a critical person to the health center. I see them linking patients from the village to the next hospital. So their role is so immense. During floods time and during emergency time, their role has always been called upon. They are the ones who distribute mosquito nets. They are the ones who distribute food. They are the ones who help in distributing blankets and so on, and giving people information and also treatment. Even further than that, there are people who take care of health, and the community know them. Sometimes they also cry and say that we are doing a lot using our own money. They are not properly paid. If 2,500 is to be given to you on a monthly basis, surely that is far from what is expected. Yet, they use this money to buy drugs and keep, like Panadol. They keep in their houses. Spirit, they keep there for any wound that may come. And people go to their houses all the time, give me Panadol, give me Panadol. So they always are equipped with medicine in their houses, medicine that they themselves have bought using their own resources. So we need to empower them and give them give them the opportunity to serve wananchi much better than what they are doing. We cannot expect them to use their 2,500 to buy medicine and keep. They are seen as pharmacists. They are the ones who keep medicine. They are the ones who people run to and say, give me this medicine. I have a headache, give me medicine. I have a stomachache, give me this, give me that. So they cannot afford it on their own. So we need to support them. Lastly, these are people who are young and educated. In the past, we used to talk about them as traditional birth attendants. They emerged from there. They are no longer traditional birth attendants. These are Form 4 leavers who have decided to move into the medical line and to get some training. and to improve their lives and also to get jobs. So they fall into this group, but they have a bright future as people who can be trained to become full-time nurses, because some of them have passed very well from 4 and can be trained to do much better, or to offer services that are higher than community health workers. It is also well known that community health workers are voluntary. They do it from the bottom of their heart because they love the job they do. Today, county governments are trying to employ them, but they are doing that in piecemeal because county governments also claim that they don't have enough money to employ them. So the employment is not really so serious. They are not on permanent or pensionable terms. They're just on part-time or on a little contract here and there, and there's no seriousness about their employment. It's critical that these people are taken seriously and be employed properly on permanent and pensionable terms, and such that they can also get proper training because they have the interest and the spirit to serve wananchi. I also want to say that the curriculum that is used to train them should be made uniform so that community health workers throughout the country have gone through training that is similar, and the certificates that they get after training should equally be the same, so that they move on the same basis with each other, so that one is not seen to be better trained than the other, but they can move at a level that they need to go. Otherwise, healthcare is important, and we need to bring it down to the level where people are, bringing health to the people at the community level. I support this, and I hope that we shall implement it as soon as possible. Thank you, and I support.
The Honorable Francis Sigei.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill from the onset, and I want particularly to applaud my great friend, the Honorable Martin Owino, for bringing this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that health is the most critical component in the nation. And these people we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, the health workers, I call them health warriors. They are health warriors because they want to make our nation, our people healthy, so that our people can be productive, Mr. Speaker. Any nation where people are sick, and they are sick not because of serious diseases, but because of some simple ailments, which can be detected early and treated. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is going to play a critical role. I have said, Mr. Speaker, that this bill intends to transform and professionalize the health worker profession. Mr. Speaker, these people are working with the people down there. They understand the language. They are from morning, they are with these people. And what is changing this trajectory, Mr. Speaker, is that they are going to be trained from time to time. They are going to be given more information on the latest technologies, the latest medicine, and the way of approaching this thing. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. I also want to say that prevention is far, far better than cure. Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we have done more of curative approach. And Mr. Speaker, it has been very expensive for the government. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this bill has come at the right time to save the government in spending huge amount of money, which can be saved by this very important part of our population. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention that there are very critical workers to assist our people who are suffering from terminal diseases, to give them counseling, to assist them in managing their problems every day. And Mr. Speaker, this is very important. Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we have had problems in our rural areas where people travel for distances to get services. I'm talking here, Mr. Speaker, about maternity cases where we have had complications of women in giving birth. The child mortality, which is giving us a lot of problems. We can save our children by using these very important warriors, as I said. Mr. Speaker, emphasis should be put on training. And again, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention the issue of this token of appreciation which they are given. 2,500, Mr. Speaker. It's not enough. And I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, if we can save from this curative, we can save a lot of money from curative approach. We can give these warriors, health warriors, some money for upkeep, because they also have needs as the people of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here to support this motion. And I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, that if we also appeal to the county governments to be more serious in providing health, because the problem we have, Mr. Speaker, is the provision of health services in the county government. We have a lot of problems. Where there are no drugs, where there are no services, even no doctors, we need to implore the county governments to really be more serious and assist these community workers so that they can be effective. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion, this bill. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the MP from Diwa for moving this very important motion. We only hope, Mr. Speaker, that the part of implementation, which is very critical, and where we have failed in most times, will be done in a special professional way, and the government must be able to account for these health workers. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill.
The Honorable Joseph Oyula, MP Butula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by congratulating Mheshimiwa Wino for bringing this bill. This bill, Mr. Speaker, proposes to establish a management system that will help to bring the health workers together and guide them in the management of their work. Mr. Speaker, currently the health workers depend on the information they get from the nearest dispensaries in their villages. They have no other way of bringing out their complaints to the government. Mr. Speaker, if this bill goes through, the health workers will have a system. They will be able to get training. They will be able to get their services properly coordinated. They will be able to move without fear from house to house. These are people who know their work. They are people who move freely. They are people who are very close to the citizens down in the villages. So they need to be guided. They need to be promoted. So this bill is looking at the system that will help these health workers to get proper advice, to get their work properly coordinated, and to move on with their work. Mr. Speaker, the health workers also need short courses. and there is nobody who can organize for them these courses to improve on their knowledge. So it's only through this system, if accepted, that the health workers will be helped to upgrade their knowledge, to attend short courses, and be able to do their work without fear. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill which should be supported, and the health workers should be guided, should be supported to enable them succeed in their work. These are people who understand the villagers very well and are able to communicate. They are able to support the mothers. They are able to support the young children by advising on what should be done, particularly in areas where there are infection. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this bill, and I want the government to seriously look into these health workers. The amount that the health workers are given now is peanuts. If you compare what they get with the work they do, they move on foot. They go from house to house, and yet they are given only 2,500 shillings. That is a laughter, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important for this group to be recognized in the law and to be given administrative system that will help them, that will guide them, and that will give them support whenever there is any need. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and congratulate Mr. Wino for this good job. Thank you.
The Honorable Naomi Wako. Honorable Gitonga, you're just around there, but this is the ranking member and the leader. Let's hear from the Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate on the bill of introduction into the National Assembly, the Community Health Workers Bill 2022. And I also want to congratulate Honorable Martin Owino for thinking about this very important area that has been neglected for the last many years. Honorable Speaker, with the current challenges in the entire world, health matters, and the challenges that many people have gone through, we seriously need to empower the health workers, simply because health workers are the people who are most of the time 24/7 are with the community. They can move from one home to the other, one village to the other, and understand each other very well. But for the many years, for the past many years, nobody has considered them for anything. And that is why in the past, we have been calling them volunteers, and we have even not shown any sign of appreciation. But this bill brings on board everything that we seriously need, and the bill provides framework for the regulation of community health workers. Again, we can clearly see from the different clauses that the bill brings on how the health workers, how the council can be established, the functions of the council, and also under Part 3, Clause 17 to 25, the bill deals with the registration and training of community health workers, while the qualification of the health workers have been clearly shown under second schedule, that certificate that whoever wants to be a community health worker must have a certificate in community health, psychology, counseling, social work, community HIV counseling and testing, and following. And at the same time,
the training that needs to take place, because we have to give them capacity building and we have to keep training them so that they can be relevant, because every time, you know, the situation changes from time to time, and these days we grow very fast, and also the different diseases that keep coming. Honorable Speaker, we know very well that out of depression, there are many Kenyans who have gotten into depression and now have blood pressure, blood sugar. All those things can be well maintained, controlled, and also be prevented if we have enough community health workers in our country. Again, the bill proposes that the headquarters of the council to be in Nairobi. But my suggestion is, yes, the headquarters can be in Nairobi, but let us have the relevant branches in almost all the counties, so that we can have the same services at least in every county and at every level. The bill supports the health workers, and I'm sure once we approve this, once this is signed and then put into consideration, many community health workers will be recognized, will have good pay, and again, we need to give them proper identification so that even as they move, they have, you know, we can identify them easily. We also need to give them all the first aid kits that they need, especially in the remote areas, because the hospitals are normally very far, the dispensaries are normally very far, but when we have the community health workers who are already passionate enough in helping the communities and different people, they can be given the gears that they need. Most of them walk, and provide even shoes so that they can be able to walk and give service to the people and give proper first aid kit, depending on different areas, because even the diseases that we are exposed to depend on the different areas that we come from. Honorable Speaker, the qualification I have already talked about, and again, the bill also speaks of the necessary disciplinary measures in case of any violation. It has taken care of everything. And in case one has done, you know, something that is wrong, then the bill provides for disciplinary action and how that needs to be taken. Honorable Speaker, this is what we need as a country so that we enhance our services to the people of this country and make sure that people get the proper services that they need from us. And with those few remarks, I support and also congratulate Honorable Martin for coming up with this. Thank you.
The Honorable John Gitonga now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support, and Honorable Speaker, congratulate Honorable Martin Owindo for this bill. And Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I'm privileged to have my mother as a part of this team called CHPs. And Honorable Speaker, I grew up knowing how important it is to have such a person in the village. I have seen my mother, Honorable Speaker, help people to give birth, help people who have got problems of health here and there. And Honorable Speaker, she is a hero in our village because of the work she does, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, in the real definition, I normally say kujituma. It is our health workers, community health promoters, Honorable Speaker. And these are people who have done their work for the longest without much appreciation from government and even us as individuals that they try to help in terms of matters health. And Speaker, one of the things that we need to realize is even when we are seated here today, the community health promoters have not received their stipend for close to 4 months, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, they have found themselves right in the middle of county governments and national governments on the agreement made by the bill that was passed here, Honorable Speaker, on their matters. The 2,500, even on the county side, some have never received even a single coin from the county governments. So this bill, Honorable Speaker, is a bill that has come right in the right time. And Honorable Speaker, one of the things that has been lacking is some sort of a representation in terms of how to even bring the views and issues that community health promoters are facing as they do their work. And this council will come in handy to ensure that community health promoters have got representation. They have got a council that can look at the emerging issues in health. And Honorable Speaker, they can also have a place to negotiate and ensure that they get a good payment. And Honorable Speaker, that is something very important. Honorable Speaker, when we talk of ensuring that we achieve universal health coverage, I believe it has been pronounced in many areas that we want to go for what we call preventive health instead of curative health, Honorable Speaker. The community health promoters are some of the people that are supposed to be well-trained, well taken care of, and ensure that, Honorable Speaker, they actually play the role of ensuring that our communities are able to embrace preventive health. And I'm happy with the presentation by many of the members that have spoken on matters of to do with pressure, matters to do with looking at diabetes, these matters that we can cure and ensure that they don't get to a level where they are costing a family a lot of money. Honorable Speaker, these are also the same members we can use to ensure our informal sector embrace what we have introduced as the SHA, or the Social Health Insurance, Honorable Speaker. These are people who can help us ensure deep down in mashinani, our community are able to pay for those health coverage so that they can be able to enjoy the services. Honorable Speaker, the current system of health promoters have left them without a place they can use to negotiate. They have used members in this house to even bring such information of their delay in pay. The council, which I'm happy that it is headquartered in Nairobi, will play a role to ensure that they are able to get their stipends in time. As a matter of fact, Honorable Speaker, I propose that they should be able to get their stipend from SHA and Chief, Honorable Speaker. This is where they can be guaranteed that every month they will not get the delays that are there when it comes to their payment. Because, Honorable Speaker, if they are well paid, they will be able, Honorable Speaker, to have their work, to do their work without matters. And Honorable Speaker, this is not a part-time job. These are people who are on call 24/7. I have seen my mother being woken up at 12 o'clock at night to go help somebody who needs some support. And Honorable Speaker, I call upon members to support this bill 100%. I call upon members to remember the 107,000 community health promoters that are in our villages. And Honorable Speaker, I would like, when this bill is being passed, to request the way I saw members full in this house during the impeachment of the deputy president. All members should be available to come and support this bill. So, Honorable Speaker, while we are passing this, at least we'll be seen as a house that does not look at only things that look as pertinent, but this as one of the pertinent issues. Honorable Speaker, let me say something about use of technology. And Honorable Speaker, I was very happy when I heard the government bringing a program to ensure that the community health promoters have got smartphones to ensure that there is sharing of information from doctors to nurses and ensure that these are people that have been able to get the current matters to do with diagnosis of our people in the villages. Honorable Speaker, when I sat down with my CHPs and I put them together, over 500 of them, I brought them together and formed a circle for them. And they have been able to embrace that to ensure that at least they can earn a living and able to grow and borrow while they are doing their work. Honorable Speaker, I call upon this House to consider this bill, support it, and ensure that our community health promoters feel represented in this House. Honorable Speaker, I rise and support.
The Honorable Odipo Kwame.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Let me first start by thanking my friend.
Order, Honorable Undo. We have seen you, but I'm a very seasoned moderator. Take your seat. Proceed, Honorable Kwame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was thanking my friend, Honorable Owino, for bringing this bill. It is a very important bill. In fact, we ought to have had this bill long time before. I say so because I recognize the work health workers are doing. Indeed, if anything, the nation is exploiting their services. We are not fair to them. These are people who wake up at midnight, as one of my colleagues has said. They are people who are on call at all times. They go out risking their own lives at night to help the needy. And yet, we don't want to help them. What we are giving them in return of this very important service is very little. Mr. Speaker, the nation should feel guilty that these are people being somehow ignored, yet the services they give are valuable to everyone. Mr. Speaker, the communities are getting a lot of help from them. We also know that hospitals, dispensaries, and all facilities of treatment are far away from some of the communities, and the health workers remain their only hope for their lives. We therefore need to recognize these people and give them not stipend, but maybe proper remuneration that's commensurate with the services they are giving. This we need to do. The nation is also benefiting from the services of these health workers because in the end, they reduce the expenditure, medical expenditure of the nation if proper care is taken at the grassroots. Earlier, one of our colleagues said that diseases or illness start right at the village. They don't start in the hospital. So we need somebody at the village that can take care of the sick when the disease calls. We need somebody there that can take care of this needy person. Imagine if there is no health worker and the hospital is some 50 kilometers away. What would this sick person think? Just death in front of him or her. I think the bill is timely. It is very timely indeed, and we need to take action on it. I would also urge my colleagues to support it to the full so that we can be able to give services where services are necessary. And with these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, thanks so much.
The Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the Community Health Workers Bill 2022, brought by Honorable Martin Owino. First, I have to congratulate him for actually taking the bull by the horn and realizing that we do have this service being provided by community members in our society, but it has not been well structured. We recently saw the President launch a community health promoters drive. And I think it was very well funded by donor partners, and they were all given kits, they were all given uniforms. There was a lot of excitement about being finally recognized. But again, we needed to have the buy-in of all the counties. We needed to have the legislative framework in place so that when the counties are told to engage community health promoters or volunteers, they engage them with structure. So the council, which I hope will be all over the country in the 8 provinces, if not all the 47 counties, requires that we have structures. Now, when we look at health, we know that having had the pandemic, and we know that we are already preparing for the next pandemic, and every time we have vaccinations, we always call on the community health promoters to come in. Training is important. And I know that AMREF was the one that was really driving this whole community health volunteers, promoters agenda. And they called them in every time we needed to have polio vaccinations, every time we needed to have education on various health issues, typhoid, cholera, etc. But, you know, they were providing this service and then getting paid a stipend for the period that they were actually working and serving. And at that particular point, the donors that were engaging AMREF were actually paying them ad hoc for a particular service that they were providing, training them, showing them what they have to do, how they have to whip the people off the various estates to come for the vaccinations, which were important, and educating them about the dangers of not having these vaccinations. But now we've realized that, you know, with the pandemic and in anticipation of the next pandemic, we needed to actually recognize that this team of community health promoters are actually engaging right at the grassroots level with the community. They know where the community is, they know who is ailing, they know who needs services. But we need to create the structures that create the linkages between the community health promoter with the nearest medical facility where they're recognized. And I feel the stipend of 2,500. I mean, I understand right now in Kenya we probably have 200,000 personnel that are providing health services across the line, from nurses, medics, administration, doctors, surgeons, etc. About 200,000. The community health promoters that we have are about 100,000. Now, when we want to provide a stipend for them, I think when we look at 2,500, I feel that we're in the right direction, but if we're going to engage them and have high expectations of them, including getting certified, being called upon, making sure you look after a nyumba kumi, about 10 houses in your area, then we're actually underpaying them. Because at the end of the day, what is 2,500 in today's economy? For somebody that you expect to be servicing the entire estate and understanding where there are PWDs, where there's cerebral palsy children, where they are sick and old people, where there are people who are suffering from pressure, where there's somebody who's about to deliver. I mean, I feel that, you know, we think, oh, they don't need transport because they have to walk. But even walking is energy being consumed. And that needs to be compensated. That person gets out from their house in the morning and goes because somebody calls them and says, oh, you're the community health worker and we have a sick woman here. Then they have to call, at least in Nairobi County, I have to commend our governor, Sakaja, because now when you dial 1508, an ambulance comes to your aid and almost immediately takes you to a facility.
How can we create structures in such a way that even the community health promoters have a desk within the facilities nearest to them? Because if they have a desk nearest to the facilities where they operate, then they can also go and help. Because at times you go and you find so many medics in the reception area and there's nobody to look after them. We know that we're actually understaffed in most of our facilities. And I think when this bill goes to the Senate has to recognize that there has been, as we devolved health, we level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we actually ended up having a lot of facilities going down in standard. Nairobi itself, with NMS, we ended up having so many facilities built, but they're understaffed. They don't have staff. So what is the way to do this? When we have the legislation, obviously it's going to be a moneyed bill. When we put it in place, and we need to put it in place because as a country, if we're looking for universal health care, there's no way we're going to attain it if we do not have the structures in place from the grassroots where you can actually talk to go and visit somebody who's sick and understand how you can provide the services for them. And we need to set a standard. And I believe that if we set the standard in terms of legislation, then we will be able to get many people interested in this particular career. Because at the end of the day, we have a huge unemployment rate. But really, we need to look at how do we incorporate them into the health structure, and how do we make sure that they become also permanent and pensionable? How do we make sure that we compensate them for the job? We can have different grades. You can come in at an entry point where you only do X services and you can earn your stipend every time we call you to do a specific job. But to say we're going to pay you $2,500 and then to have all the counties not want to engage you or pay you, and then it's not structured, and there's no recourse, I think it is actually exploiting the citizens who are actually trying to do the work out of empathy, compassion, out of the passion of actually wanting to be in that space. I also feel that we have a lot of short courses that we can present to our community health promoters, short courses that can help them become caregivers, because you know what, right now we keep talking about this bulging youth population. But you know, in another 50 years, another 40, 50 years, that bulging youth population is going to be an aged population. We will still need to have structures on how to care for the aged and what are the needs of the aged. And I think we also need to make sure that instead of having an old person go and get their pressure tablets, their diabetes tablets, their arthritis tablets, all the way from the hospital facility when they can hardly stand up and walk, the community health promoter has registered these patients and then goes and collects it from the nearest facility and delivers it and tells the family, this is how you do it. We need to also see how will they be able to take the diapers, how will they be able to take the wheelchairs, and how do we make sure that whatever we're engaging them to do actually serves the delivery of universal health care. I feel that it's going to be money, it's going to require money, but as a country, you know, we have to put our money in the areas that touch the people the most. That is what they expect of their politicians. They expect their pain points to be touched. And one of the biggest pain points is health. I mean, cancer. Cancer is everywhere, and you've got patients that are in so much pain, they can't afford the cancer treatment, they're just in their houses. And even if the community health promoter goes and visits them, then she herself or himself are going through so much anguish. Are we going to have debriefing? Are we going to have counseling for them? Because we're talking about them being able to provide a service, but what service is the government providing for the community health promoters for them to be able to actually also, you know, because they're human beings and they see so much pain out there and they see no solutions. How are we actually debriefing them? How are we counseling them? How are we strengthening them? I feel that when we want to do something like universal health care, then we know that community health promoters are an integral part of providing that service. So let us not exploit the people that offered themselves to do this service, and we recognize that they were an important part of delivery of universal health care. Let us make sure that each and every county engages them and makes sure that they get their payment in time. And let us look at, you know, an ad hoc engagement can be $2,500, you know, because it's going to cover a huge area. But you cannot say that for the entire month, we're going to give you a stipend of $2,500. So basically, you consider this to be a part-time job. That cannot even pay for them to have rent in Nairobi, let alone pay for their own families to have services like medical services or education. So I think we need to really, as a country, we need to find a way to, talk population. Maybe the same community health volunteers will be able to do that for us. There's so much that we need to do, but all in all, this is a step in the right direction towards universal healthcare. Thank you. I support.
Let's have the Honorable Nicholas Ngikolong, and then followed by Honorable Owundo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to add my voice to this very important motion by our brother, colleague, Peter Owino. Mr. Speaker, this motion, according to me, is overdue. I come from a place whereby we don't have even a dispensary. In my constituency, it is fast, and the dispensaries, they are countable. But with the population there, most of my people live in rural areas, whereby to get nearer to the health services, it is a problem. But with the introduction of these health workers in those villages, Mr. Speaker, I can testify and say that the matters of health, it has improved the great percentage. And these people, they're supposed to be given a regulation the way we have started here. And I urge everybody here to let us support this, not only for the health workers, but also to the entire population in our country. Mr. Speaker, the issues of health in this country, especially in the remote areas or those marginalized areas I come from, people do die just because of a small diseases, which can be manageable. But with the help of these health workers, people can get information. Sometimes back in my constituency, pregnant women even were not aware of this clinic, but through the help of these health workers, nowadays, a number of them, they go to a clinic. And for the areas whereby we have no dispensaries, we have started a program through these community health workers, a program whereby when we get a number of pregnant women, we have started pregnant women homes in those areas, whereby when it is almost about 2 months to delivery, we bring all these women to these centers so that they can stay there. We monitor them there until the time they deliver. And all this, it has been done with the information got from the health workers to our nearby dispensaries and health centers. So, Mr. Speaker, this group is a very important group in this sector, and with this regulation coming in place, these people, they are going to help our people in so many ways when it comes to health matters. When we talk of the immunization of the small children, the age of 5 and below, Mr. Speaker, in my community, those kids, they were not immunized those days because they were not, the parents, they were not even aware of the immunization exercise. The exercise like the polio one. In some areas, you could not get it because we don't know even where those people live. But with the introduction of this team, these services now, they are going to all areas in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the information these people, they are getting, the token they are getting, it is not enough compared to the way they manage issues in those areas. They go by foot because in my area and other areas in northern Kenya and the rest of the areas in this country where there's no public means, they just travel so many kilometers just to help people. And we really need regulation like this so that we can assist them to get something, so that it can assist them to travel, it can assist them to buy water, and also to get something to eat, also to their families. Mr. Speaker, with the introduction of this law, and I believe it can be, we can take it as the Christmas offer to our country. We need to do it so that when they go for Christmas, these health workers, they will have this thing in place, and it will help them to do this great job they are doing to our communities. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the primary health care across the country, since the introduction of the health workers, they have minimized even the mortality rate of their small children. Nowadays, in some areas, you can't hear it. It has gone down just because of the information they get from these people. When they got this tablet, the information, they can take information from the health centers to the villages, to the grassroots villages, whereby everybody now knows what to do when it comes to boiling of water, what kind of food to eat when you are suffering on Dutch and such disease. So many things, people now, they have started getting information, and information is power. And all this information on the health matters, it is really coming to these people through this health workers team. Mr. Speaker, it is good, really, to base most of our health budget to this team, because health is now a developed function. It has now gone to the counties. We want it to continue being developed further to the villages. And the way to develop it, it is through the community health workers. There's no any other way we can develop health matters. We can talk of devolution being at the counties, at the county headquarters. I heard the way the bill it has been drafted, that the issue of the headquarters being in Nairobi. To me, because this is a developed function, we need to strengthen the headquarters at the county level so that they can really go deep to the villages to give this services to the people. For those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would not want to complain, because if I complain, you might render me. No, he knows what I can sleep without food. So, Honorable Speaker, since independence, we had 3 critical goals: to reduce poverty, ignorance, and diseases. Whether we have achieved that up to now is subject of a debate and research. Honorable Speaker, subsequent UN Assembly resolutions concerning, poverty and the rest have always included the issue of health, and more so reduction of mortalities and reduction of infection of communicable diseases. Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 jolted the slumber that many of us had about pandemics and epidemics. And I think medics will know the difference. Honorable Speaker, Sustainable Development Goal number 3 calls for good health and well-being. And the good health and well-being starts with the primary food soldiers. Those of us, Honorable Speaker, who have been around for some time, we remember the early days, mid-70s or early 80s, the issue of borafia. They still remain up to now, but they played a critical role, Honorable Speaker. 1, they ensure that all homesteads had pit latrines, so that we reduced open-air defecation that were polluting the rivers. Honorable Speaker, they ensure that all the rubbish in even the smallest urban trading centers were always collected and burned, and because they believed prevention, as we always say, is better than cure. So, Honorable Speaker, let me laud my friend and my neighbor, my desk mate, so to speak, Udu Chief. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, this bill came to the House last Parliament. This is the tragedy that we have. You sit, you are the Speaker's panel. When one time you retreat, you must come up with a robust working system that ensures that bills do not take more than a year, a calendar year, to be processed. But that's besides the point. Honorable Speaker, Reading through this bill is what we would call an administrative bill, so to speak. The act will become an administrative act to try and professionalize community health volunteers. And I would want to draw the attention of my colleague that I hope you had an opportunity to tie up with the changes we made in the Health Act, as well as those that has brought up universal health care, this one, the ones that we passed the three bills we passed here to implement universal health care and the rest, so that they are dovetailed, so that we borrow the base from there, or we avoid the repetition that is provided for in that place. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to be fairly brief, and I want to draw the attention of the promoter of the move of the bill that if we indeed we want to professionalize community health workers, I agree the issue of training, which I'll touch shortly, then it must be necessary, it must be made mandatory that any person who proposes to refer himself or herself to a community health worker must be that person who has been registered by the registrar. It must be mandatory that you cannot purport to offer any services, undertake any functions that are akin to community health worker if you are not registered and licensed by the registrar of the council. In that way, Honorable Speaker, we'll entrench professionalism where we go as we move forward. Honorable Speaker, secondly, to speak to the bill, is the issue which is brought under Clause 22(2), that in the event any person feels aggrieved by being denied registration, the first recourse provided in the bill is the High Court. I do believe, and the Honorable Bukose, Dr. Bukose is here, and Udi Chief is familiar in health matters, I do believe there must be some kind of a tribunal established under the Health Act or established with other these health-related laws. Can we first use the tribunal as the point of recall instead of going straight to the High Court? This will expedite resolution of the matter. Again, we'll avoid saddling the High Court with so many cases that are of professional nature. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, I have seen the second schedule. The second schedule prescribes courses. A person shall be eligible for registration as a community health worker if he or she has undertaken any of the following prescribed courses: certificate in community health, psychology, counseling, social work, community HIV counseling and testing, immunization, community development, high health education, or its equivalent from a recognized university. The latitude given is wide enough. Again, the danger we run there, it might not be very professional, because I don't know what they teach in social works that can really amount to basic things, which I'll touch to shortly. But I would also request we consider traditional medicine. Honorable Speaker, many of us who have grown up in rural areas, unlike the others here who have grown up in Nairobi, in urban areas, we know many times if you have a stomach pain, we used to go, you pick some herbs, pound them, add some hot water, and the pain will be relieved. You will not need medical attention. Honorable Speaker, if you had a debilitating cold or congestion of the head and the nose, there will some herbs, they will boil, you cover yourself in a blanket. By the time you come out, Honorable Speaker, you are as good as anything else. Honorable Speaker, even things like impotence, rectal dysfunction, those kind of things, they're natural herbs. When you walk around in when you walk around Kakamega, Mugombe.
Order, Honorable Undo. Let's get up. What's the point of order, Dr.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to interrupt my colleague, Honorable Undo, but I think it's out of order, Mr. Speaker, when he introduces the issue of traditional medicine and associates with the community health promoters. In the schedule that has been provided by Honorable Owino, it is not part of the training basic, because this is a basic training. And what Honorable Undo knows is that traditional or herbal medicine is trained even at very high level. It is part of the alternative medicine. So I don't think it should be introduced at this stage as part of the syllabus for the community health promoters.
Allow me to complete. Honorable Speaker, and that's why...
Order, Honorable Undo, but
Yes.
It will really depend on if Honorable Undo would want to be informed.
I'm sure Doc would want probably to inform Dr. Pokose, who has read finished, unless he wants to inform
Do you want to be informed, Honorable Undo?
Does she want to inform me, or she wants
Yes,
to inform
to
Dr.
inform you.
Pokose? Oh, I wouldn't mind being informed by...
Proceed,
Doc.
Honorable, and inform Honorable Undo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and my senior, Honorable Dr. Oundo, and his input on this very, very important matter. And I would want to inform Honorable Oundo that what he is saying has substance and quality and is practicable and applicable, especially having components of these community health workers have some input on traditional medicine. It is a serious matter, Honorable, and you need to overemphasize on it, because I may not get time. But the information that I wanted to give you is that apart from the covering, Honorable Speaker, there are so many basic traditional medicines that this.
You know, this bill is yet to go to the third reading. And such a substantive proposal can even come in as an amendment. So thank you. You may proceed, Honorable Undo, and wind up.
And that's why I wanted to tell Dr. Pokose, we will present in the committee of the whole House, let the House decide. Honorable Speaker, I have had an occasion to accompany my governor when he went to meet community health volunteers. And indeed, one of the things I know, they are given some gadgets, they are given some diagnosis and some basic drugs. And Honorable Speaker, traditional medicine is readily available. And it solves quite a number of basic things here and there. That's why we are saying that basic training, as much as it's trained at a very high level, we can still also bring it down here and do basic training so that people can understand how things can be done. Honorable Speaker, from the understanding how they work, they have a lot of, and probably if you look at even the memorandum and objects of the bill, they mention the purpose that are close to the people, they understand people, they know people. The only point of concern, Honorable Speaker, they would collect a lot of information, data about a particular family, a particular household, a particular individual. And there's nothing so humiliating, Honorable Speaker, for your medical conditions or medical records being discussed in beer dens, in chamas, and the rest. Can we will have to put into place, into the bill, this bill, some code of conduct that bars them from disclosing medical records and of any particular person that I've dealt with without authorization. Honorable Speaker, there's nothing so humiliating. A community health worker goes to a beer drinking den, you meet somebody that probably has been picking HIV drugs and say, "We boss, haujachukua madawa zako za ukimwi, utakuja kuchukua siku gani?" So, Honorable Speaker, as we professionalize, we must make it extremely professional. And Honorable Speaker, probably we might have to find a way of tying this bill and compelling this bill, these workers, to be joined now in the new infrastructure or architecture of health provision. What it talks about level 1. Is it possible we can find a way to have or compel the county governments to employ this level 1 intervention or level 1 people, health people, to ensure that they deal with the basic things? Honorable Speaker, because this then, and that's why I'm surprised that the bill is said to be a bill that does not concern the counties. Yet, 90% or literally all their services are going to be undertaken under a function that squarely lies in the county government. Unless we are thinking they can actually start offering their services to individuals as some kind of a compensation, which I think one of my colleagues was talking about, I think somewhere in Ethiopia, some kind of a community compensation where those who receive services can pay for the services rendered. So this is a debate, Honorable Speaker, we might have to think, and we might have to go back to Committee of Health to reconsider and probably find a way that even compel the county governments that these community health workers must actually be employed.
What's your order? What's your point of order? Honorable Kose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered, and the committee recommendation is that it concerns the counties. Therefore, this is a bill that will go to the Senate. Initially, when it was drafted, that was the thinking of the
we also probably need to tell Senate that this National Assembly has people who can understand and read the Constitution and tie up. So we don't fight over things that don't belong to us, but we appreciate and forward to them the things that we believe belongs to them. So there should be no sibling rivalry, because we know primary health care is a devolved function, whichever way you look at it. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, is again a plea to the county governments. Health is so critical, so important to the welfare and economic development of this country. Can the county governments invest money in health care? Can they get medicine and drugs in hospitals? Can they get to pay these HVP people so that they're motivated to work and talk to people about basic preventive and basic attention before they seek and clog the medical facilities? Thank you. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support, and if he agrees, we'll move some amendments, but it's my friend who will agree. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is the Honorable John Waidaka in the House? After which he'll be followed by the Honorable Felix Jalango. Mic for the Honorable Waidaka. Any mic around that place? Any other mic? The Honorable Waidaka can move to.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and I would like to congratulate Honorable Martin Owino for bringing this bill that has come at the right time. Honorable Speaker, health is an important aspect in the development of any nation. Good health and well-being is a goal goal number 3 among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Honorable Speaker, investing in good healthcare system therefore includes empowering the human resource who are the health workers and ensuring that they have the training and the skills required to carry out their duties. Honorable Speaker, Part 2, Clause 3 to 16 provides for the establishment of the Medical Social Workers Council, whose objective will be to exercise supervision and control over the training and practice of medical social care worker in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we have seen a lot of quack doctors in this country, including the famous Mugo wa Mwairimo, who was jailed for 25 years in the year 2022. Honorable Speaker, in 2023, Citizen TV reported that the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council shut down 44 health facilities across Nakuru County for failing to comply with the set standards. It was also established that some of the hospitals were operating with quack doctors, expired drugs on the shelves, while some had lab samples that had gone bad. Honorable Speaker, I recall when I was a young boy in the estates in Nairobi, seeing housewives who are responsible for delivering of children in the estates like Jerusalem, Jericho, Uhuru Estate. And at that time, the children that died or the babies that died were very minimal. And I'm hoping that these community health workers will bring back this very necessary service of housewives to the community. The community health workers, Honorable Speaker, will also help the people in the village who are diabetic. They'll be making sure that these people who are diabetic are getting a proper dosage of the insulin that is required to control those who are diabetic. They'll also be making sure that they receive the dose in the proper time. Another, Honorable Speaker, another control that the community health workers will be those who have high blood pressure. They'll be visiting the families and making sure that they are using the proper diet and that they're exercising. Mr. Speaker, also those with HIV are required to refrain from risky lifestyles. And the community health workers will make sure that they are following a very healthy lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, these community health workers will also coordinate with those who have chronic health conditions to support groups that are available in the community. They'll also offer support in terms of psychological help, talking to them, and giving them hope so that they can continue living a hopeful life. Mr. Speaker, I will call upon the government to come up with ways to compensate the community health workers because currently they are getting minimum pay, which does not help them, which does not cater for their needs, and yet they provide a very important service to the community, or they'll be providing a very important service to the community. Mr. Speaker, the community health workers have many advantages. They are members of the community that they serve. They understand the culture, the values, and the beliefs of the community. Thus, they provide trust among both parties. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I call upon other members of Parliament to come support this bill because it's a bill that will benefit our communities, both in the village and also in the city. I beg to support you, Honorable Speaker. Thank
you. Yes, Honorable Jalango. Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice into this very important bill of the Community Health Promoters 2022. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to salute the 326 community health workers of Langata constituency for the good job that they are doing. And also I take this opportunity to thank the World Vision for leading a training that now is ongoing for the community health workers in Langata. Thank you so much, and we call more partners to come so that we can continuously have our health promoters train. Mr. Speaker, if there is anyone who knows the health condition of our communities, to the last person in the village is a community worker. This is because most of them interact with our people on a day-to-day basis and almost to a door-to-door basis. They keep their records, they know the health condition, they know the drugs, and they are always there for our people. With the shortage of our doctors and nurses, these community health promoters play a very important role in bridging that gap. And they are always available 24 hours. 24 hours. Even with the mega pay that they get of 2,500, they'll always be there to respond to any situation, matters health at any given time. Another thing that they do definitely is the health promotion. This is from the simple education that they've gotten from these trainings that they continuously have to be able to support our communities. I'm here to support that the community health workers must now be considered as an integral part of our health system. That they will be not only be compensated well, but also well equipped, because what they are dealing with is actually health related issues of our people. And I want to thank Honorable Martin, MP for Ndewa, for bringing in this timely bill. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and asante sana to the community health workers of Langata constituency for the amazing work that you're doing. Asante sana, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Eric Mchangi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this very important discussion. The Community Health Workers Bill. And I want to begin by saying, Honorable Speaker, that I have said repeatedly in this House that there is nothing as prestigious as having good health. Actually, a healthy person is a very wealthy person. And the people on the forefront in ensuring that our community is healthy are the community health workers. And that's why I wish to applaud the idea of coming up with a regulation that will provide a framework under which the activities around community health workers will operate. Honorable Speaker, if our healthcare systems were more of preventive, we would have lesser health challenges in this country. And looking at what is happening in other developed countries, including Cuba, from where we gotten our doctors, other systems in other countries are more preventive. They give more attention to preventive care than curative, because it is easy to manage illnesses by, first of all, diagnosing, or rather checking into the health of our people before they get the illnesses that are difficult to cure. And the people to help us now give this area more attention are the community health workers, because they literally know every homestead. They have a database of who is sick. They have a database of which homesteads requires attention. And I am thinking that if this House is going to enact this law, then it is going to help our communities so much. And by so doing, we are going to reduce the cases that go to the higher levels, like the level 3s, the level 4s, the level 5s. Because if you walk into a level 3, 4, and 5 hospital today, you'll find a lot of people queuing for help. And I am certain that the same people can get their attention, some of their attention, by these community health workers. I am very happy that this bill provides for the registration and training of the same, because we do not want people to masquerade in the villages as community health workers, as people who can properly handle or deal with the health challenges when they are not trained. We do not want people offering services purporting to be, for example, doctors, when we know too well that they are not trained. So the idea of training them and equipping them with necessary knowledge and training is very welcome, so that they can properly handle the health challenges in the villages. Honorable Speaker, this recognition should go along hand in hand with proper remuneration. And we should ensure that these community health workers get their dues without any delay, because that will motivate them to work. They have largely been working without anything. They have been offering their services without anything much. So recognizing them in law should also come together with remunerating them, so that also as they walk around the villages, as they attend to the community, they can be motivated to work. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support. Thank you.
Finally, on this, Honorable Stephen M. Mogaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Honorable Lillian is attracting your attention not to make me final, because we need her voice, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you have noticed that. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me a moment to also contribute to this very noble bill, a bill that is going to transform our health workers from the slaves whom they are to honorable workers within the health sector. Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, I abhor taking services from employees without adequate remuneration. And when those employees are in the health sector, the people who have saved lives, the people who have saved colossal bills patients would have incurred in hospital had they not been attended to in good time by these health workers. When I see Honorable Martin Owino, my neighbor, bringing a bill of this nature, I propose that during this Mashujaa Day, Honorable Owino be presented from Parliament to be one of those who should be receiving the head of state commendation for bringing such a bill that is going to transform the health sector eternally. I want to support this bill and appreciate the drafters who have made a very airtight bill that covers the health sector, particularly the welfare of the health service, these health workers from cradle to grave. In particular, I am happy that this bill anticipates that while it has provided for registration of those who are on the job at the moment, there may be some of them who have not attained the requisite qualification for registration. And the transitional clause that allows a window of 1 year for these health workers to acquire the requisite skills so that they attain the registration meritoriously is a very noble provision, and I truly commend the drafters for including this provision. And picking a cue from here, because in the absence of this bill, this House has been unable to appropriate for the remuneration of these workers. It has been unable to lawfully appropriate for the training of these workers. The moment this bill comes into law, it is an opportune moment for members of this House, even if health is a devolved function. I propose that we each persuade our bursary committees to put these health workers on a scholarship to attain the requisite qualification so that they are registered in good time. Because if we left them to go and pay fees, yet we have not been paying them for their pro bono services, it would be a very unfair turn of these things, that some of them will drop out and fail to attain registration for reason only that they were unable to raise the fees to train and get the appropriate qualification. In this regard, permit me then at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, to celebrate the health workers in my constituency, more than 300 of them, who have given selfless efforts, work, and time to help our medically challenged population. I apologize to them on behalf of this House that this bill has taken this long to come, but better late than never. And as we conclude this and send it to the Senate, how I urge our senators to down their gloves and stop fighting the National Assembly, because this National Assembly, particularly the 13th Parliament, is originating bills that are going to transform this nation. We do not have borders because we serve the same population, we serve the same voters, and a bill like this originating from a member of the National Assembly should not be opposed by Senate merely because it originated from the National Assembly. And I expect that the Senate will dispense with it in record time, and His Excellency the President should assent to this bill in record time so that we get to appropriate for these very noble people that have struggled so much to maintain the health of this country. I want to allude to Honorable Oundo's reminder that at independence, the three key enemies that independent founders of the nations of Africa were fighting was ignorance, health, and disease. More than 60 years into independence, disease is ravaging our country. Disease is ravaging our counties. Disease is ravaging...
What's your point of order, Honorable Bokosi? You know I'm a historian.
I didn't want to interrupt my colleague, but you know what he said should not go into the Hansard, because he says at independence, our founding fathers fought for disease, health, and education. It is supposed to be disease, poverty, and ignorance, which is through education.
Thank you so
you
much.
can't say health and disease.
Thank you for that point of correction. Yes, it is poverty, ignorance, and disease. I am so obsessed with disease because disease has ravaged this country, and that enemy is as bad today as it was at independence. And that is the more reason that this House should stand up and be counted when passing this bill. This should be a bill that should be passed with overwhelming numbers in this House. This is a bill that should be publicized when it is going to be put to vote, so that every member of this House stands up for this bill to ensure that we help combat combat disease, and ensure that we deliver on what our founding fathers started long ago. I also want to, Mr. Speaker, celebrate the provision for the inbuilt disciplinary mechanism for this council and the health workers. Indeed, just like the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board has its inbuilt disciplinary mechanism, it is important that we allow these health workers to be self-regulated, so that the first port of call for any client making any complaint, from any practitioner making any complaint, should be in the internal disciplinary committee, so that until anybody exhausts that particular committee, they have no business moving the court, because we do not want to congest our courts with cases which are better handled at the professional committee level. And finally, Mr. Speaker, how I wish that at the time this bill is eventually passed, and I do hope that members will be persuaded that when the bill is eventually passed on the remuneration part, we persuade the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to consider backdating the remuneration these workers should be getting, because, oh God, they have served for years, for donkey years, without claiming a penny. But here comes a time when the 13th Parliament has come to their solace. It is also then important that we mitigate the areas that they will be counting and saying, if this 13th Parliament had come earlier, their remuneration would have been counting. I support Mr. Speaker, and thank you one more time for allowing me to contribute.
The Honorable Dr. Lillian Gugu.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving the people of Rangwe a voice on this matter to speak. I rise to support, and I want to applaud my colleague and friend, the Honorable Ward Chief, for bringing up such an important matter to the floor of the House. We cannot belabor the work, the effort, the enthusiasm, the energy that the community health workers put in doing the work that they do. We can also not overemphasize, Honorable Speaker, the need for these community health workers on the ground, Honorable Speaker. And from Homa Bay, where I come, if I will be certain with the numbers, we have 2,894 community health workers, 2,894 community health workers spread across the various sub-counties that we have. And I want to specifically thank my county government that they are able to submit the part of remuneration that they give these community health workers that come automatically on their phones on a given date through M-Pesa, and it is so automatic. And I accompanied my governor in one of the functions she was interacting with the community health workers, and these people are ready to go. These people only need more training. These people only need to be equipped more. Honorable Speaker, community health workers' name is a complication that we have in the house and outside there. But in the villages where we come from, where we live, where these community health workers reside, they are literally called daktari. They are called daktari by dint of the work that they do. And they are the first contact persons where disease is concerned, Honorable Speaker. So we need to take these people seriously, Honorable Speaker. There was a part that was supposed in their payment. There was a part that was supposed to have come from the national government, and then there was a part that was supposed to have been given by the county government. And I remember His Excellency Dr. Samoei Ruto, last time he was in Homa Bay, he promised that the national government is going to give its part of the promise of actually paying these community health workers. Honorable Speaker, these are fathers, these are mothers, these are people with families, Honorable Speaker, and I want to pray and honestly hope that they are going to get some earning from the services that they give to the citizenry of this great nation we call Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this as a matter of fact, Honorable Speaker, that apart from even the knowledge that they have in conventional medicine, and this had been earlier alluded on by the earlier speakers, Honorable Speaker, these people have quite a great knowledge on traditional medicine, which we cannot ignore. When there is no medicine before these people reach the hospital, they know very well that if it was a cut, there is this particular plant that they get from the gardens. They put some saliva on it, Honorable Speaker, and they put on that cut and the bleeding stops. I have seen that, I'm a witness, Honorable Speaker. So it is not just the conventional medicine that we are talking about when we talk about community health workers. These people are in-depthly put in knowledge of our traditional systems, which we also want to encourage them to leave to the younger generation. Because even as the African nation, through innovation and science, we want to come up with our own scientific medicine, Honorable Speaker, and this can only be generated through the grassroots. And we can get this nicely from our community health workers. I've also seen there that there is supposed to be a council. There are supposed to be disciplinary measures instituted in place, Honorable Speaker. This is a very good idea, because any working system, any noble system that is working must get a disciplinary infrastructure, and whatever is instituted, the court should not be the first point of action. If it is possible, there should be a lower lower dispute resolution mechanism that should make it easier for them to resolve the ideas that come, to the extent that if it does not work, Honorable Speaker, that is when they should move to the next level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say this, that in the longest time, we have components of our workers. We have groups of the echelon at which the community health workers work. It is the most reachable by the communities. But also, as has already been said, they have so much data concerning the villages, concerning the communities where they reside. And there are researchers, healthcare researchers and associated researchers who go just targeting these community health workers to get them information, Honorable Speaker. This is a matter that should really be guarded through training, that whoever goes to them must be certified and must follow the right channel before they reach them for information, Honorable Speaker. Because healthcare information is very paramount, Honorable Speaker, and should be kept on book and at heart of every individual and of every person for purposes of their prestige and goodness in living, Honorable Speaker. So I want to applaud all our healthcare workers at the level of the communities. I want to appreciate them. And some of them are even village elders, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to digress a bit, that as much as we are discussing about community health workers, we have another group of service providers at the level of communities, at its lowest, at the villages, at Nyumba Kumis, at Nyumba Tanos, Honorable Speaker. We also need to remember these people, Honorable Speaker. These are the people who hold this country at their strength, Honorable Speaker. These are the people who hold this country in its best of governance, Honorable Speaker. What they need to do, or what needs to be done to them, Honorable Speaker, is just facilitate them, Honorable Speaker, give them monies that they require, but also remunerate them, Honorable Speaker. They need to be officially remunerated. Their work is not different from the work we do as members of parliament. There is work that we do, and we get a remuneration for it, Honorable Speaker. These people also work, and they need to be remunerated for it, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Another thing which I wanted to make mention of course, I've already talked about dispute resolution using professionals that are available at a slightly higher level. I've talked, Honorable Speaker, of exposure to traditional medicine, the knowledge these people have. And then I've also talked of research. I have talked of code of conduct, Honorable Speaker. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill, it is an earlier bill that had already been brought to the House, and we could not dispense of it in the 12th Parliament. But I want to thank the Honorable Member Fondiwa, who has brought it again so that it is relooked because of its importance, because of the work that regulating the community health workers will do in establishing standards, Honorable Speaker. When we have standards at the ground level, that is when we can talk of traceability. We can trace sources of diseases, Honorable Speaker. We can trace movement of diseases, Honorable Speaker. We can trace end of diseases, Honorable Speaker. We can also trace disease cycles, how they happen, just by the basic information that we are going to get from these people. With those very many remarks, for the time that I have been given, I thank you, Okeu Asumbi. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, the Honorable Mboko Milemba, MP for M. Higher.
Very well, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for this chance. And thank you for coming in to allow me to speak on the Community Health Promoters Bill. This is a group of people that have evolved from just volunteers within the villages, originally attached to maternal deliverance, and now helping in projects that maybe were limited to immunization, and now rising to become the center stage of every other health occurrence within the communities. I want to congratulate the CHPs in the Muhaya constituency who have organized themselves in units which they often tell me are called CUs. One is in West, another one is in Central, another one is in Northeast. These people are working and they're actually meeting so oftenly just to deliberate on matters that concern the health of our people, not only in Emuhaya, but countrywide. What I heard, Honorable Speaker, when I was seated where you are, is that the movement is far and wide. It's everywhere, because I heard about the CHPs in Turkana, what they are doing, very exciting experiences of where they are even gathering mothers who are almost getting into lactation situations into centers so that they can be taken care of and make sure that we reduce on child and mortality, especially at the level of deliverance. I'm telling you, Honorable Speaker, as I thank you, that in Muhaya we have tried even to coalesce them around them working closely with border owners, so that whenever we have mothers who are almost going to health centers to give birth, then they are taken there and they take care of them, going to hospital and coming back. It's a system that I'm telling you, like one of the speakers did speak about them as warriors. These are real health warriors in the village. And it has really reduced the mortality at birth, which is great. The Honorable Ward Chief, this is a very good bill, and we want to give it full support. We also want to believe that when it goes to the Senate, it is taken with the seriousness that it deserves. And let's help the health practitioners as CHPs to have them get a law. So let's not have the pull and push. Let's not get into mediation. Let's talk about this bill. Let even the Senate input. And I like the chair of the committee who has indicated that he realized it's not just a bill that should go through the National Assembly alone, but should actually also go through the Senate. And that gives leverage for all the players within Parliament and the lawmaking processes to input on this law. This will be a game changer. I love the fact that the bill talks about a structured way of dealing with CHPs, including creation of a council. But I think that that council, unlike one of the many speakers who did indicate that should only be devolved, I want to propose that we retain it at the national level, but we have similar councils operating possibly at the county level just to take care of the county units, given that health is a devolved function. That will actually go into structuring these health workers properly. And this council should deal with issues of recruitment, registration, a code of conduct, like many speakers have spoken about it, because these are people who are managing information. Some of the information they are managing is actually quite private information. In fact, they are medics in themselves. The chairman of the committee is here. So they must go under rigorous training and possibly an oath. I don't know what doctors go through and nurses, so that they are able to manage the information they'll be having for the sake of the community and do it in a very professional way. There's a risk. I will.
Honorable Mboko, you need information from Dr. Pukose?
Very well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is called Hippocratic oath, the oath which you take to make sure that you cause no harm to your client, that is your patient, and you protect the privacy of the patient. So it is from Hippocrates, who was the founder of medicine. So we call it Hippocratic oath.
Very well, and thank you for informing me about the Hippocratic oath, which I think should go to that particular level. They have a lot of information about the people in the community. I would also wish to indicate that a grace period so given to transit is very important. Let's help the original community health practitioners who actually volunteered not to lose their place because of the issue of certification, which will be coming, which is basically based on the certificates one will be having. We may talk about for certification, we may talk about during our days A-level, but there are those who had the call to become CHPs. These are people whom, during the transition, must be helped to train. And I like the very immediate last speaker who said that we could train them, and we could even use CDF monies to train them, to upgrade their training so that they're at a level where they can be absorbed. And therefore, it will lead to a continuous process without actually leaving some out, simply because they were committed, but now they are lacking the paper. After all, even in the education sector, we had an age where we have seen many people who did not get degrees transit, and now they have degrees and they become professors. Ali Mazrui himself, I was a very keen follower of Professor Ali Mazrui, the historian. When you read his story, he was he got something called 4th division, for those who can remember what 4th division was during those particular days. So I would really want that protection ascertained, that even if the CHP was having a class 8, a class 7, but has been performing, let him be helped to grow through so that he's absorbed, because the calling is really, really there. I would also wish to add that it is very important that we also do a lot of public participation and copy from other jurisdictions where this scheme has worked. And many examples have been given, like Rwanda. We have seen Brazil, we have seen India, both on dealing with their professionalism and remuneration when this bill is actually put in place and activated, so that we may get the best out of what we want. Currently, Honorable Speaker, this is a group that is really suffering. Whereas I want to thank His Excellency, the President, because he brought in the aspect of stipend coming from the national government and asked the governors to also pay another bit of it. I think it must have been 25. This stipend is not forthcoming most of the time. And there are often delays that take as long as 6 months before they are paid the stipend. And yet they keep on working. But I believe with this bill, these delays will come to an end, because these people will be mainstreamed. It will be a game changer for the health sector. And if this happens, their monies should just be revolving around the same labor laws that we have our monies go through under the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. And now they can even be unionizable, because currently they are under the umbrella of the county government and can be either kicked out or kicked in, depending on. But if we actualize this bill, then they will be unionizable. not because I'm a unionist, but it's very important that the union will help them actually protect their interests and professionalize them so that they are not all the time harassed by their immediate employers. This is a game changer. As I conclude, I would want to support and ask every other player within the structure of the lawmaking, including Senate, to support this bill for a better health system and care in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There being no more interest, I now call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, allow me to thank all the members for having established that this is a very, very important bill because it touches the community health workers who are the basic foot soldiers, warriors, as has been put by fellow colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the community health workers find themselves in a very unique situation. One, they live in the community. Two, they have close relationship with their clients.
Honorable Stephen Mugaka, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, knowing as we do, and I request you to take judicial notice, that members have retreated to follow a national event going on, which has rendered the House without quorum. Can I draw your attention therefore, Mr. Speaker, that the House does not have quorum at the moment? When the members are here.
Let the bell be rung for 10 minutes. Let's be upstanding, honorable members. The time being 7:35 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 17th day of October 2024 at 2:30 p.m.